tomorrow we will be raffling off a brand new 50-inch high-definition LCD television, which is going to go to be displayed and will be displaying the standings throughout the tournament here at the front desk. In addition to that, we'll also be raffling off a 3-ball package courtesy of Columbia 300 and autographed jerseys from the likes of Missy Parkin and Steve Jaros. 50% of the proceeds from the raffle will go toward funding the Marilyn Burks Scholarship Fund, which will continue to be the primary source of funding for the scholarships awarded next year. The other 50% of the proceeds will go to the Tony Reyes Family Fund. Backhaul Direct volunteers will be walking around selling tickets, so please help support the scholarship fund by purchasing a few tickets. Tickets are $1 a piece, 10 for $5, or 20 tickets for $10. If you want to spend more than $20, we'll make you a deal. The drawing for all the prizes will be Sunday at 12 noon in between the men's and women's squads, and the winner need not be present to win. At this time, we'd like to recognize our defending men's champion, Lindenwood University, who's starting bowling on lane 10 this morning. The winner of the tournament this year will be able to graffiti the tournament masking unit, which is located on lanes 39 and 40. Please remember there is no flash photography and no announcements during the competition. As a safety reminder, please, no more than 10 bowling balls on the rack at any time, and we need to keep the aisles and walkways as clear as possible so that no one trips and gets hurt. Again, no bowling bags can be in the aisles as per the Indianapolis Fire Code regulations. We'd like to try and just keep everything on the tile if you can. A couple of more quick announcements. We had an exorbitant amount of lost and found materials from last year, so I'd like to ask all of you to please be a little more conscious of your equipment. I mean, we sent back laptops and iPads and iPods and all kinds of stuff last year. And I know the stuff's expensive and it's your stuff, so please be conscious of where you place it and take it with you, because sometimes it just doesn't get brought back here. It'll help us out a lot. The Backhaul Direct staff wearing red t-shirts are around to help you in any way with scoring, and also they'll be picking up scoring sheets so the coaches can get to them and we get the scores in as soon as possible. If you'd all like to rise now and face lanes 41 and 42, we'll pause now for the national anthem. Couple more things, bowlers, before we get your lanes turned on. As you know, we lost a dear and true friend recently in honor of the great man that he was, the outstanding collegiate bowling team that he was a part of. May I please ask you for a moment of silence as we honor Tony Reyes. Okay, thank you. As soon as we get the word, we'll turn the lanes on. We're just about ready to go here, but we have a few more things to take care of as far as paperwork. So just stand by. Once we get going, you'll have 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes of practice on each side, and I'll direct you when it'll be time to switch lanes. So just stand by. Just a couple of more announcements. We're going to be posting scores on the standings display television located at the front counter, and we're not going to make copies after each game, so the leader cut score and the last cash will be flashed on the computer scoring screens after the game. The quicker you guys get the sheets turned in, the quicker we can post those scores. So we do not have the ball cards from Rock Valley. We need the Rock Valley ball card turned in to the scoring table, registration table behind lanes 45 and 46. That is what's holding us up.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Matt Canizaro from USBC live from Western Bowl here in Indianapolis. We're at the Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic, and we're just waiting for things to get underway. Practice will start here in just a few minutes, so sit tight. Thanks for joining us, and we'll be here all day.
Report to your lanes. We're going to turn your lanes on for 15 minutes of practice. You'll have 7.5 minutes on each side. As soon as the lanes come on, you may begin practice. All right, you'll have 7.5 minutes on this side, and I'll let you know when to switch. Sorry for the inconvenience, 51 and 52. We will give you 2 minutes of extra practice time at the end of the session here. You'll get 2 extra minutes. change lanes with the exception of 51 and 52. Change lanes. 51 and 52, you'll have 2 extra minutes. I'll tell you when you can change. Don't worry, we got you guys too, all right? You got it fixed yet? Okay, well. Lanes 51 and 52, please change lanes. 51 and 52, change lanes. 33 and 34, you guys bowling again? Okay. I'll give you another minute or so. Signs on the screen, we're still going to give you time. Okay? Just keep bowling. Okay, 33 and 34, go ahead and change lanes. 33 and 34, you change lanes now.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic here in Indianapolis at Western Bowl. Matt Canizaro along with Aaron Smith will be here all weekend long right now. Practice for the men's 6-game session here Saturday morning.
Lane service to the counter, please.
We'll be underway shortly, so sit tight. Thanks for joining us. Make sure to stop by, join us in the chat room as well. We have live scoring. The pattern for today's event posted on bowl.com. We'll have all that info and much more over the next 16 hours or so. So hang in there, and we'll be right back.
33-34, and 51 and 52 stop bowling. Practice is over for everyone except lanes 33 and 34 and lanes 51 and 52. Come back off the approaches, please. Remember, 10-ball limit on the rack. You may begin scoring when the arrows come up on the screen. And 52, hold up on your practice. 51 and 52, hold up on your practice. Step away from the approach. 51 and 52, hold up on your practice. Please reset the pins and also watch the screen. As soon as the arrows come up, you may begin tournament play. Practice. Do not throw another ball. Please reset the pin setters and wait for the arrows to come up. Good luck and high scores, guys.
1, 2, 3. What's up, Murphy? How's it going, buddy? How's your,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are underway here at the 44th annual Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic, Western Bowl, Indianapolis. We've got a full house here today. Looks like 77 men's teams. He's getting his live stream legs here in Indianapolis. Aaron Smith, how are you today?
Doing well, Matt. Glad I could join you this fine morning here in Indianapolis, Indiana. We're on the verge of a full day of a lot of exciting bowling, and excited to be a part of it.
All right, well, Aaron Smith from nearby Highland, Indiana. Maybe not so nearby, but thanks for joining us here, making the drive down to see how we do it. And as you mentioned, it will be a long weekend of exciting college bowling. How about a rundown of the schedule? Let's see what's going on over the next 2 days here at Western Bowl.
All right, starting, as you mentioned, Matt, with the men's, we're going to have qualifying games 1 through 6 today. We just started. We'll be going straight through till about 2:45. And then after a short oil break, the women's will be bowling games 1 through 6, starting approximately 4 p.m., going till 10 or 11 this evening. All times are, of course, Eastern. Moving on to tomorrow, we won't be live streaming these games, but the rest of qualifying will be taking place early in the morning. Both the men's and the women's bowl gate will be hitting. Men will be bowling once again nice and early, 7:45 to 11:15. The women will be here from 12:30 to 4, and then that's when the fun really starts, Matt. When the Baker finals begin, we'll start with the men's, which will, that's actually when our live streaming schedule will start. It'll be from 1 to 4. The top 12 teams from 9 games of qualifying will advance to the Baker match play. And then from 4 to 7 tomorrow night, we'll be live streaming the women's Baker. The top 8 teams will advance to the Baker bracket match play.
All right, so a little bit of everything this weekend. You got your traditional team games, and of course the exciting Baker format as you get ready for sectionals coming up very soon. Those announcements will be out in the next week or so, and then of course the team championships not too far down the road. All Baker all the time. That's what it's about. That's awfully exciting. So a lot happening here at Western Bowl over the next 2 days. We'll be here to bring it to you. Gary Brown from USBC Collegiate is here as well. He's running the live scoring right now, trying to get that all situated here on your BowlTV interface. And for those of you techies out there, if you'd like to see our main page of bowl.com right now, as you'll see our live streaming graphic. And right next to it, today's lane condition. Awfully challenging here at the Hoosier Classic. That's part of the allure of this event. Going back many years, today's pattern, 37 feet, relatively flat. It's going to be a challenging weekend for sure. And we'll have a look at the other patterns as well as the day progresses. I heard a rumor of something of 50 feet or so to challenge these collegiate bowlers. Again, short pattern, long pattern, team games, Baker games, a little bit of everything to basically end the season here. So a lot of excitement. Right now we're watching rivalry week extending here to Western Bowl. Indiana and Purdue on our left, and Minnesota State University and Rose Hulman on our right. Aaron Smith is all sorts of confused, an Indiana fan who went to Purdue.
It's a contradiction, of course.
So now we have the Indiana-Purdue conundrum. What's our outlook here on our left-hand lane?
Well, it should be an interesting match. It looks like Indiana's actually off to a hot start here. 4 out of the 5 bowlers struck in the first match. They're clean as a team. Off to a strong start. Certainly makes Gary Brown happy, who is a former IU alum.
Of course, one of our challenges here of this type of event is to keep you updated on what's actually happening. Sure, we could talk all day long about what college bowling was like for us back in the day, decades ago, or about what we're seeing or what's going on. But, of course, it's all about who wins, and it's the high score that wins. So we'll do our best to keep you posted on what's happening on the scoreboard as well. We do only have 2 cameras today, one on lanes 71 and 72, one on 73, 74. So we'll unfortunately not have the opportunity to grab any scoreboard shots. But as we said, we'll have live standings after each game, hopefully here on our YouTube channel. And we'll go over the standings as well as soon as we get them in hand. So sit back, enjoy some collegiate bowling here at Western Bowl. While we have the opportunity, we'll go over the collegiate rankings at this time, our most recent poll. First, we'll take a look at the International Bowling Media Association, formerly the Bowling Writers Association of America, of which Aaron Smith is a proud member. So on the men's side, the #1 team in the country at this particular moment, Robert Morris, Illinois.
And we'll, hate to interrupt you, Matt, but we'll actually catch them the next game. They'll be on 71-2 along with Cal State Fresno.
There it is. So all day long. We also have that schedule posted on this event on our YouTube channel. Just look for some more information there underneath the video as you watch, and it will tell you who you're going to see each game today. As Aaron said, the #1 team in the country, Robert Morris, Illinois, coming our way, game number 2. Number 2 in the rankings, Lindenwood, and our former and future associate, Emil Williams Jr., a alumni of Lindenwood and a national champion. Number 3 in the rankings, Notre Dame.
And they're actually bowling pair away from Indiana and Purdue here on our left, along with Siena Heights.
So not just a up-and-coming, again, football powerhouse, but now a bowling school as well.
Oh, I think that might be a different Notre Dame, Matt.
Always a comedian here, Matt and Aaron. It's going to be an entertaining year on our live streaming schedule. That's Notre Dame College, for the record. Number 4 in the standings, the rankings, Wichita State, familiar face in the college bowling world.
And we'll be seeing them later on today in game number 5.
And number 5 in the poll, Weber International out of Florida. Number 6, Morehead State. Number 7, Midland. Number 8, McKendree. Number 9, Calumet College, St. Joseph. Aaron smiled big when I said that one.
Cal College is not too far away from my hometown in Highland, Indiana. They're located in Whiting. They're actually not too far away from us either. CCSJ is on 75-6. So for anyone back home watching, we'll try to keep you up to date on them as well.
All right, and rounding out the top 10, the Rochester Institute of Technology. And there you have it, sir. Top 10 teams in the country.
So we'll get to see a few of them today, which will be certainly exciting to see how they handle this challenging 37-foot oil pattern.
Well, Mr. Smith, the pace of play in the traditional team games, a little bit slower than we're going to see tomorrow in the match play, the Baker action. Of course, today's format, all 5 players will bowl a complete game.
It will certainly make for a long day of keeping up. You got to stay sharp for 6 games. Bigger games obviously do go much faster. So, as a former collegiate all-star, Matt, what was your? How did you attack these long days like this?
Well, as the fine athletes that we were, and well-trained, of course, in endurance and nutrition, it's all about pacing yourself and making sure to stay energized, however that may happen. Snacks throughout the day. Stay loose. Stretch before you bowl. And, of course, long days of practice and time in the gym gets you at your best before you head out on the lanes. Again, even though you're just standing there watching most of the day, throwing one shot every few minutes, it is definitely taxing and takes a toll on you for sure. And it is a marathon, definitely. As you'll see on many of the tables, more so in the women's squad, a lot of beverages, water bottles, granola bars, and different things to keep your energy up throughout the day.
And of course, we'll be seeing the ladies later on today for their qualifying. Approximately 4 p.m. Eastern, they'll be getting out here, getting their practice, and there's 6 games of qualifying for today.
Aaron Smith clearly still trying to get comfortable here. He did not say one thing or even crack a smile at the thought of Matt Canizaro being a finely tuned athlete or spending time in the gym or anything of that sort for a full day of bowling. So I do appreciate that. But I've got jokes, and I'm sure in no time you will as well.
Absolutely. Won't be afraid to use them either, will you?
Never.
Well, looking at the scoreboard through about 4 frames here, we do have the front 4 for the third bowler from Minnesota State. Off to a good start. In general, the team's doing well. Only 2 early opens here through 4 frames.
While we have a minute here, let's take a look at today's schedule. Aaron mentioned a couple of the teams we're going to see throughout the day. But right now we're watching Indiana and Purdue, Minnesota State, and Rose Hulman. Next game we're going to see Robert Morris, Illinois, Cal State Fresno. And it looks like Bellarmine and Saginaw Valley State University in game number 2. Game 3, UNLV and Vincennes. Illinois State, Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Game number 4, Wisconsin-Whitewater, Michigan State. Ball State and Wisconsin-Madison. So Wisconsin all over the broadcast today.
All over, just like at the Open Championships.
Game 5, Wichita State and Newman. So some crosstown rivals.
Should be a good one.
Going to go at it game 5 today. And then Ashford and Western Illinois. Game 6, Kansas and Weber International, Cumberland and Victory. So, exciting day lined up. Rivalry week continues.
Certainly got a good mix right now. Got some of the well-known colleges out there. Obviously, Wichita State's always a tough team. Vincennes, Weber, always up there. We got some of the newer schools as well. The collegiate bowling program has been just growing every year, it seems like, and schools are able to build programs very quickly and become competitive, and certainly makes for an exciting field.
Well, speaking of excitement, we already saw the bowling riders poll. Let's take a look at the collegiate bowling coaches poll to see who they think are the best teams in the country at this time. And unanimously, Robert Morris, Illinois, on top. That team includes Team USA's Marshall Kent, Kyle King.
Very, very talented group.
I believe formerly Chris Pearson, the famous.
The great Chris Pearson, former junior Team USA member, and a good friend of ours who we'll be seeing in a few weeks as well out in Reno.
That's correct. His dad, Eric Pearson, the tournament manager at the USBC Women's Championships and a world-famous lane man. See him probably out at the Masters next week, the USBC Masters happening in New Jersey. We'll talk more about that today as well. A lot happening on the USBC schedule coming up. But back to the poll. Number 2, Lindenwood. Number 3, Wichita State. Number 4, Weber International. Rounding at the top 5, Midland. 6 through 10, Morehead State. Notre Dame College from Ohio, Mr. Smith. Calumet College, number 8, McKendree. 9, and Cal State Fresno rounding out the top 10. So a lot of familiar names in there from my collegiate bowling days and some new ones. So always good to check in and see how the college bowling world has changed in the past decade. Indeed, it has been that long.
You're getting old on us, Matt.
That's what happens. But as the Hoosier Classic lane man, Nick Hoagland, once said, you can always go back again. He finished his bowling career back in my day and came back for his final year of eligibility a handful of years later. And now doing a fine job helping run this show here at this event. Packed house right now. 77 men's teams in this 80-lane venue. Once again, for those just joining us, and we do appreciate it, all the proud parents and friends out there tuning in on BowlTV. Matt Canizaro and Aaron Smith live at the Hoosier Classic. We're going to see 3 different lane conditions this weekend. Definitely going to challenge these bowlers. Short pattern right now, short-ish, 37 feet.
Some excitement from the Siena Heights team. Had a split conversion there. But they're one pair to our left of Indiana-Purdue here.
at the halfway point of game number 1. 6 games going to be bowled today. 3 games tomorrow. Before we make the cut to match play, Aaron Smith, what do we have to look forward to tomorrow afternoon?
Well, starting with the men's, they have a few more teams, as Matt mentioned earlier. 77 competing on the men's side, 56 on the women's. Once we have all 9 games of qualifying complete, the men will cut to the top 12 teams, with the top 4 receiving a first-round bye. The match play will be all Bakers, switching formats. And all rounds will be best 2 out of 3 until we get to the finals for the exciting 4 out of 7. On the ladies' side, we'll only be cutting to the top 8 teams, and once again, it will be best 2 out of 3 Bakers matches until the finals for 4 out of 7. So it's just like the World Series, Matt.
Just like the World Series. But way more exciting because it's collegiate bowling. It's like a number of events going on around the country this weekend as the college bowling season rolls to a close. Have the NJCAA Region 15 Championships happening in New York this weekend. Of course, we're at the Hoosier Classic here in Indianapolis. NCAA events taking place as well. The big goal, of course, for all these teams is to earn enough points throughout the season by competing in these various events to qualify for sectionals. And top teams at sectionals, top 4 teams, earn the opportunity to advance to the Intercollegiate Team Championship. So that's where it all happens. The goal, the march to the National Championship. Sectional qualifiers taking place March 9th and 10th. Around the country. I know Gary Brown will be departing from Indianapolis tomorrow afternoon to get home and start working on those qualifiers to see who's going where. Of course, everybody interested in where they're going to be headed, if they're going to be headed, if their season was strong enough to earn a spot. And we'll have all that in the coming week or so as he gets hard at work. Like the NCAA Championships scheduled for April 11th through the 13th. The USBC Intercollegiate Singles Championship scheduled for April 15th and 16th, Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. And the Intercollegiate Team Championships also at Sun Valley Lanes, April 18th through the 20th. So not that far away.
Right around the corner.
Our associate Lucas Wiseman will be at those events, so no doubt he'll check out the many hours of coverage from today's broadcast to hear all of the insight about this year's college. More than 3,500 student athletes on 200 college and university intercollegiate bowling teams. How about that for a stat?
Very impressive, I must say. Looks like we're seeing some strategy already here, Matt. We're going to be featuring Robert Morris, Illinois, next match. Here we are in the approaching about the 7th frame of the first game, and looks like they're sending a few people down to see how Indiana and Purdue are breaking down the pattern.
Well, sir, that's how you become the #1 team in the country. You do your homework.
Very true.
That is none other than former junior Team USA member Matt Gasson on the squad in 2011 and has made his way to Robert Morris this year. And again, one of those gentlemen, I believe, headed to the Masters right after this. So a lot of bowling excitement coming up. And, those guys have a lot of fun, it looks like. Robert Morris, of course, winning, always fun. And they've dominated the collegiate events this year.
I'm told winning makes things better, so it would seem that way.
Well, I can tell you, matter of factly, losing certainly doesn't make it a whole lot of fun, but some of the best memories that I can still remember in my old age are from my college bowling days, so well, at least I'll have those for a while. the defending champion at this event. Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. Wichita State took the title in 2012. Robert Morris, Illinois, close second. Midland was third. Notre Dame College, fourth. And Lindenwood University was fifth. Unless, of course, that was just qualifying, minus the match play portion of this event, and then Matt Canizaro did not do his homework. How about that?
There's a first time for everything.
Well, sure, I wasn't big on the homework back in the day either, so. Well, thanks to the gift of technology, they've tracked down the match play final standings of last year's Hoosier Classic. That was just the qualifying standings that I read a few moments ago. Just checked bowl.com, and our trusty search brought up the story Lucas Wiseman posted on February 19th of 2012. And it goes. In a pair of tight championship matches, the Lindenwood men and Newman women emerged as the champions at the 2012 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. How about that?
They made Emil proud.
The Newman women took down top-seeded Wichita State. And Lindenwood, a 3-2 victory over Weber International. So there's that.
How about that?
Anything you want to know about bowling in the last 3 years, you can find it all on bowl.com.
We are hitting the home stretch of the first game here. Most of the pairs within our viewing range, which is about 12 to 14 lanes. My glasses aren't as strong as they used to be, but not a lot of big scores right now, Matt. Looks like this pattern is a little tough to figure out right now on the fresh. Looks like Minnesota State, which currently has a bowler going to the line on lane 73. Attempting a split conversion there. Seems to be setting the pace from what we can see in our area, but obviously with 80 lanes, there could be a whole lot going on that we don't know about just as of yet.
Well, the good news is we have a very hard-working staff here at the Hoosier Classic, and I know Nick Hoagland has stepped out of the building to probably get some rest. He was here at 3 a.m. getting these lanes ready to go for this men's squad. But when he returns, perhaps he can come on and talk a little bit about the patterns we're going to see this weekend and just the versatility it will take to succeed and manage yourself on very difficult conditions where obviously a premium on shot making and spare shooting, and it's kind of what sport bowling is all about. Go out there and challenge yourself, and the bowlers that make the best shots, chances are they're the ones that are going to rise to the top. Plenty of people in the building, much smarter than us about many things, Nick being one of them, so hopefully he'll be able to come on and tell us about what we're seeing out there, or not seeing, the invisible opponent here in the sport of bowling, the lane pattern, and I'm sure he has much insight. Nick also a champion at the Open Championships, an eagle holder, so he's not messing around. He knows what's going on out there. And Gary Brown, our scoring guy today, so perhaps he can fill us in on what's happening around the building. Bugsy Kelly, brand manager for Columbia, is in the building as well. So big sponsor of this event, Columbia 300, and Bugsy can perhaps come on and talk about what's going on in the world of Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Columbia 300, and his flight out to the Masters tomorrow to go watch some of the best in the world, Chris Barnes, Mika Koivuniemi, Scott Norton, Missy Bellender Parkin, many, many great names. It's going to be an exciting week. Mike Fagan, the defending champ out there. Bugsy, a very talented bowler in his right, so perhaps he can share some of his insight. Just another very smart gentleman in this industry, and you have to be to do what he does. Travels the world.
Very true, and Gary's no slouch himself on the lanes. I believe he had his second 300 at the Open this year, or this past year. Or was that his teammate I'm thinking of?
That was his teammate, Mike Larson, USBC director for associations and many other things. I don't know his job title now these days, but Gary Brown did have a 300 at the Open Championships back in 1996, I believe, when he was just a kid.
I was 12 at the time.
And this past year, he helped his teammate Mike Larson achieve success again on a challenging lane condition. So only 19 300s at the Open Championships in 2012, and Gary Brown was a part of one. And he also a former Indiana bowler back in the early 1990s. Aaron Smith just hanging out on the playground back in those days, while Gary Brown getting it done on the lanes here. Indiana right now just a few pins ahead of Purdue on our left-hand pair. On the right, Minnesota State University, Mankato, I believe, bowling with Rose Hulman. And pretty solid score just comparatively for Mankato. There's Lindenwood, one pair to our right. I believe one of two Lindenwood teams in the field this weekend. We appreciate everybody joining us, and those of you in the chat room as well. If you have any questions, we'll do our best to answer those. Just go ahead and type those in, and we'll do our best to get you all of the information. As we mentioned, Gary Brown working very hard on getting the standings to you after each game. As you can see on your screen right now, hopefully, there's the two tabs there in the video portion, a live streaming, obviously, so you can see the video of what's happening here, and a live standings tab where we hope to have the standings posted after each game should everything work properly. As always, with technology, nothing ever goes wrong. So that is where you'll find the scores. Otherwise, they will hand them to us the old-fashioned way, and we will give you the rundown. That is what we're here for. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to share those with us, and we'll do our best to give you all the insight and knowledge that we have, which shouldn't take too long, and perhaps we can track down somebody who's better versed in all that is happening here. But question in the chat room says, you sound like you're 18 years old, yet you keep referring to yourself as if you're ancient. How old are you? Well, I am soon to be 34 years old. Far, far removed from college bowling, it feels like. More than a decade ago. And Aaron Smith, the young Aaron Smith, reminds me daily that there's only a few more years left, and it's all over for me.
Well, Matt, your passion for the sport keeps me young, so your dedication at the Open Championships and knowledge certainly inspires me every day. We're actually getting close to wrapping up this first game here. Our pair on the right has actually just started their 10th frame. And we're a frame behind on 71-2 with IU and Purdue. Now we'll have a Purdue alum joining us in Reno not too long from now here on BowlTV. TJ Schmidt is a former Purdue Boilermaker, a former Collegiate Player of the Year, and has had a very impressive run at the Open the past 2 years, hasn't he, Matt?
He has. Mr. Schmidt coming in as a relatively unknown, at least on the big stage. Of course, a solid collegiate player. But for the rest of the bowling world, he had his big debut, I guess, or big coming out at the Open Championships a couple of years ago, 2011. Shot 855 in the doubles event. Pretty significant score, and he was awfully close to shooting the all-time highest score at the tournament. He had a 300 game and followed it up with the front 10, I believe, in his last game of doubles. Had he finished that out, it would have been history-making, of course. Still 855, not too shabby.
Not a bad day at the office.
And then he showed that it wasn't a one-time wonder situation, and followed it up with the 300 game in Baton Rouge in 2012, again one of 19. So we're interested to see what he has in store for us in 2013, coming back to Reno. And actually another collegiate player who was part of the team champions last year, Trevor Yonan, had a 300 game in 2011, followed that up with his first eagle. The youngster and his young team just barely out of college, some of them still in college. The Viterbo University squad, somewhere in the building. Not sure how many of those guys that I got a chance to talk to in Baton Rouge will be with us today. But the college bowling ranks, I mean, I guess the general idea we're trying to get at here is that it's a natural progression. And, you know, you progress through the youth leagues, USBC youth, some great programs out there. And you progress into high school bowling, a fast-growing sport at the varsity level. And then there's nothing like college bowling, as you can see. Just the environment, the atmosphere, the excitement. 77 teams here, high fives. I know it's still early, but they're going to get amped up, no doubt.
And this is just the tip of the iceberg. I had the privilege to be on site in 2010 for the ITCs and in El Paso, Texas. And that was probably one of the most exciting tournaments I've ever had the privilege to watch. Especially once you get to the grand stage there, and you're so close to that national championship that you can smell it. And
well, I did have the opportunity once, way back in 1998, to find my way to the ITCs, and we went to Madison, Wisconsin. We finished 9th and had the opportunity to be on the TV show at the University of Madison field house. They built some lanes in there. It was pretty unbelievable, especially at that time. Got to watch Kelly Kulick lead her Moorhead State team to the national championship, and on the men's side, Wichita State taking home one of its many titles. Just remember watching that over and over. Kelly stepping up and throwing the big strikes once she needed to take home that title. Of course, we know what she's accomplished since.
Yeah, she's thrown a few strikes for a handful of championships over the years. So
she's won a few things, and all, again, comes back to the point that college bowling prepares you for the real world of bowling. You know, not only do you collect the experiences and the memories, but the coaching as well, and the opportunity to develop your games and then take it to the next level, whether it be PBA regionals, the PBA Tour, Team USA, Junior Team USA, Open Championships, Women's Championships, you name it. The opportunities are there, and this is how you prepare. That's where it begins. And once again, for today's schedule, if you are currently watching our live stream broadcast and you have that on your screen, there's a show more button right underneath the video. Just click on that and it will give you the teams that we're going to see throughout the day today. So 6 games of men's competition. Take a short break to oil the lanes again for the ladies, and then we'll see them for 6 games this afternoon. So game 1 just about wrapping up here. Teams in the 10th frame getting ready to move. We're watching Purdue and Indiana, Minnesota State, Mankato, and Rose Hulman getting it done here. Rose Hulman finishes with 700 here in game 1. Mankato 962. These are 5-player teams. The scores don't sound all that impressive, but again, part of the allure of the Hoosier Classic is the challenging lane conditions.
And it looks like that 962 is, once again, we only have a range of about 12 to 14 lanes. Seems to be the highest score we're seeing right now. Kelly College of St. Joseph looks to be finishing strong right now. They might be able to sneak up around 1,000, depending on how they finish.
So Aaron and I, we are on lanes 71 to 74 here at this 80-lane center, Western Bowl in Indianapolis. So a lot happening to our left. And unfortunately, this weekend we have just 2 cameras, so we do not have the opportunity to show any scoreboards, but we'll have as frequent of scoring updates as we can throughout the day from Gary Brown, usually pretty quick. Whether it's online or on paper, we'll get you the standings. Once again, this is just game 1 of 6, so it's bright and early, especially out there on the West Coast. We appreciate everybody joining us. Mankato
sending some love back home. They'll be heading to a brand new pair after this, and 73-4 is now vacated for the time being. We'll be expecting Bellarmine and Saginaw Valley State University very shortly.
So, Aaron, there's a question in the chat room about bowling camps. Have we ever attended, and what do we think about them? And I personally think any opportunity you have to go out there and get a little bit of coaching, get some insight, get some eyes on your game, the chance to perhaps learn about lane conditions, ball drillings, ball surfaces, you name it. The more you know, the better.
I couldn't agree more with you, Matt. It's always helpful to get a good set of eyes behind it.
All about education and yeah, the more you know, the better. Of course, you can always be prepared with knowledge and insight, and a lot of great viewpoints and opinions, and great coaches out there. And it can never hurt to go out there and throw some games and experience different lane conditions, lane surfaces, and just get some insight and some help. And
absolutely. And I know myself heading out to Reno here. You and I both have chances to work with some spectacular coaches available inside the stadium. Matt McNeil, who has just been absolutely tearing up the Open Championships the past few years, will be on the showcase lanes, helping teams get ready. And then Mike Jasnow will also be offering sessions up on Lane 81 in the Pro Shop, and both very knowledgeable. Very helpful for great reviews on both of them. So,
yeah, whether it's an individual coach, like I said, on the showcase lanes, Matt McNeil, or the opportunity to visit a training center, the ITRC, International Training Research Center down there at the USBC IBC International Bowling Campus headquarters down there in Arlington, Texas. The best coaches in the world, the home of Team USA, or Hagel down in Florida. So that's where I got my start. Some fantastic coaches down that way. Turbo up in Michigan. Or some of the great camps. I know there's one happening this weekend right before the Masters. I believe Tom Hess and his Brunswick crew, Sean Rash, Chris Lowshatter, headed that way to teach some bowlers some things. Always the opportunity at Wichita State University. They have some good bowling camps during the summer.
Of course.
Famous coach Mark Baker, always doing something out there with the PBA guys as well. Often out in Vegas and taking that show on the road. So anytime you can see a USBC certified coach to help you with your game, and whether it's to tweak something small or to make some major changes, it's always good to see a USBC coach. For more information on that opportunity, you can visit the coaching section of bowl.com.
All right. Well, Calumet College of St. Joseph had a great finish to the game, finishing with an array of strikes there in the 10th and a few strong frames leading up to it. Finished with 10-14 for their first game. That's the highest score we've seen to this point. Bright and early here in game one. And 882 for Lindenwood, one of the Lindenwood teams, we believe. And right now, we are just finishing up with Indiana and Purdue.
Gary Brown has the live standings working at this time, so go ahead and give that live standings tab a double click. At this point, you'll just see the teams in today's field. And once game one is complete, we'll get those up there as quickly as we can. So, Aaron, my goal for the weekend is to leave here, or at least spend part of the weekend feeling like I knew what I was talking about. So, it's pretty hefty, but I'll do my best. So right now, wrapping up game number 1 of 6 for the men's squad here this morning. And then game 2 right around the corner, so stay with us. We appreciate everybody joining us.
All right, good morning, folks. This is Aaron Smith with Matt Cannizzaro, and we are at the 44th annual Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic here in Indianapolis, Indiana, at Western Bowl. Right now, we are in Game 2 of 6 games of men's qualifying. Right now, on the left lane, we have, or on the left of your screen, I should say, excuse me. We have the #1 team in the nation, Robert Morris, Illinois, and Cal State-Fresno. And on the right of the screen, you are watching Bellarmine and Saginaw Valley State. We're currently about halfway through the second game. Scores are a little bit up this game. Robert Morris is off to a very strong start.
All right, folks, we do apologize for the technical difficulties. Every time you take this setup to a different place or bowling center, things need to be tweaked and changed and settings and such. And looks like we are good to go. We do appreciate everybody's patience. Right now we're working on getting those standings after game one. Right now we're halfway through game number 2 here. Once again, Matt Canizaro and Aaron Smith. Live from Western Bowl in Indianapolis, 2013 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. I think, Aaron, we're gonna have to set that over/under number on how many times I call you Emil between now and July. 3 years of live streaming with Emil Williams Jr. at the Open Championships, and Aaron Smith now stepping into that role.
For the time being.
I mean, it's easy to get them confused anyway. They look alike, they work alike, you know. It's both hard-working dudes, so far 0, so that's good. I did almost do it a minute ago, though. Caught myself. Right now, folks, you're watching the #1 team in the country, Robert Morris, Illinois. Very talented group. And they're joined on lanes 71 and 72. Fresno State. And on our right, Saginaw Valley State University with their new coach, Phil Platko. And joining them, Bellarmine.
A few of our surrounding pairs also featured. In case anyone is intrigued, please let us know on the chat. We have Central Florida, Morehead State, Viterbo, hope I got that right, and Illinois are also within close proximity. As Matt mentioned, we're on 71 through 74. This is an 80-lane bowling center here at Western Bowl. So we have about 12 to 14 lanes of that we can view here. Still working on getting the scores from game number 1.
Some familiar faces on this Robert Morris team. Stepping up in the 4th spot right now, it's Kyle King. He won an Eagle team all events at his very first USBC Open Championships in 2011. How about that for a debut?
Not a bad start, Matt.
And recently earned himself a spot on Team USA, former junior Team USA member. He's accomplished quite a bit already, and still just a youngster. It leaves a 5-pin there on that shot.
Every once in a while, you leave the nickel, Matt. When you throw it like me, it's much more often.
I did almost get myself a video on Facebook the other day. I did 5-7-10 at a tournament we were bowling in, and got up there as fast as I possibly could and erased that from, yeah.
You didn't stick around for the photo opportunities?
I didn't even turn around, got up there, and that does not win championships.
Saginaw Valley, which is on your right, also features or has featured some big names who have gone on to the professional ranks. Most notably, Bill O'Neill and Dan McClelland have both made their mark on the PBA Tour these past few years and have been very successful. So they've certainly have put together a fine program up there in Michigan.
I almost went there. Ever tell you that?
You did mention that.
That was one of my top 2. I decided to stay close to home, and Mommy and Daddy went to the University of Florida. Yeah. And that was that.
Yes, Matt decided on the University of Florida, of course, paving the way for greats like Rex Grossman, Tim Tebow, among others.
There's a question in the chat room about the lane assignments or rotation. And we do have a lane schedule of sorts to help us know who's going to be on the live stream pairs today. But it's just an assignment schedule, it appears. For example, Robert Morris, Illinois, right in front of us right now. They started the day on lane 3. Now they're on lane 71. After this, headed to 61. Then 51, then 41, finishing the day on 31. Tomorrow, 25, 15, 5. So it appears everybody's moving by tens for the most part. That way they can spread themselves across this 80-lane center. And again, just an example, Central Florida started the day on lane 7, then 75, 65, 55, 45, 35. So
seem to have a trend.
there it is. So that way you see the entire center, the fairest way to do it. Hopefully that makes some sense, because now it does to me. It's all crystal clear. It's the Learn As We Go program here at the Hoosier Classic. All right, scores running on the live standings tab right now. Robert Morris, Illinois, in the top spot, 10:37 in game number 1. Once again, if you're watching our live stream broadcast, which you kind of have to be to hear me right now, but, if you have your eyes on the screen, there's a live streaming tab and a live standings tab. Live standings now rotating through the game 1 results.
Scores look pretty low there, Matt.
The challenging 37-foot pattern here.
I believe only 3 teams were plus from what we first saw across the screen there.
We'll scroll through here. I'll see if we can talk as fast as we can. St. Ambrose, second at 10:20. Calumet College, 10:14. Mountain Mercy looked like 10-0 as the only teams plus here. And we'll have that back up and around in a minute. And once we get a PDF of the standings as well, we'll have that posted on the homepage of bowl.com so you can take a look. But right now, let's enjoy some Robert Morris, Fresno State, Sag Valley, and Bellarmine.
So we're getting close to wrapping up the second game here. Robert Morris and Fresno are currently in the 8th frame. Saginaw and Bellarmine are a little further ahead in the 9th. And once again, it's a scoring pace seems to be low today, Matt. It's going to be a grind out for 6 games until these lanes open up a little bit. That's one of the challenges as well, jumping pair to pair, and by big margins at that. Moving 10 lanes, you're really affected by whoever ends up on the pair right before you, and even earlier back in the day, depending on how the teams broke down the lanes in practice, and how that matches up to your team and how quickly you can figure it out.
Well, and that's why we saw earlier, Robert Morris sent their scout down, Matt Gasson, to check out this pair and see if we can get any insight on where these teams are playing in game number 1 so that they can have an idea of where to start for game 2. And again, the #1 team in the country and currently leading after one game here, so I think I'm going to follow their lead. And, I mean, they're obviously doing something right. And question in the chat room about crossing the whole house. Are the men crossing with the women? Well, this event is so ginormous. 77 men's teams that the men bowl all together, and the women will be here this afternoon.
Great use of the word ginormous there, Matt. So, as we've mentioned earlier, and will continue to do, this is the men's portion of qualifying. We'll be here with the men through all 6 games till about 2:45 or so Eastern. Then we'll all get a little break, and they'll oil a majority of the house here, and the ladies will come on around 4 p.m. Eastern. Then we'll have about another 6 or 7 hours of live streaming with women's coverage.
The time does fly once we get things set up and bowling starts. We only have 12 more hours to be here with you for today. So get comfortable. Lucas Wiseman at home relaxing on the couch, tuning in, spending his time off, watching some college bowling action. Appreciate the rest of you joining us too. In the coming week, we're going to cover some miles, no doubt. Lucas right now resting up, headed to the USBC Masters, North Brunswick, New Jersey. Action gets underway. Some sweepers in practice. Sunday, Monday, competition all week long. Mike Fagan looking to defend his title there. And then once we wrap up here, Aaron Smith and I head on the long, icy road to Reno, Nevada. USBC Open Championships kicks off March 1st. And then we'll be joined a month later by the USBC Women's Championships. So we'll all have all the news and scores and notes, action, live streaming, you name it, on bowl.com from all of those events.
Reno will be an exciting place, Matt.
Reno always an exciting place this year. Both events in the same host city for the first time. A lot of these bowlers we see here, these college bowlers, will be heading our way at some point between now and July.
Some of our surrounding pairs, to the right of Saginaw and Bellarmine is Central Florida and Morehead State. Both teams on pace to crack 1,000. So we're seeing some bigger scores here in game number 2. As we finish up the second game here, a few scores rolling in here on the high end at Western Bowl. Moorhead State, led by Mike Kahn, just put together a 10-62 team total. And their crossing partners this game, Central Florida, have also cracked 1,000, looking to be about 1,010 this game. Featured on your right is Bellarmine and Saginaw Valley. They're halfway through their 10th frame. Whereas on your left, Robert Morris, Illinois, and Fresno State find themselves just finishing up the 9th frame here. On our right featured pair, Bellarmine has just finished up their 10th frame with an 889 team total. And Saginaw Valley is substituted a bowler in for their fill ball here. They're on pace to shoot 940. .946 to be exact for Saginaw Valley State.
Right now we're watching Fresno State and Robert Morris, Illinois, wrap things up here in game 2. Everybody else making the move, getting ready to start game 3, if not already. Kyle King, Team USA member, spare there in the 10th.
Robert Morris is a little behind pace of last game, but they're still putting up a respectable score for this tough 37-foot lane condition. On the left lane finishing up for Robert Morris is Marshall Kent, who's a junior Team USA member and the regular team as well, Matt?
Yep, he was Team Trials champ 2 years ago and the runner-up this year to John Zerbinski, former collegiate star at Wichita State. So again, it's all stepping stones to bigger and better. Marshall Kent, a Globetrotter now. Picked up a win in Russia, I believe it was earlier this year. And rolled some international events. Pulled well at the World Cup too. I'm sure another big year for him coming up.
He's racking up the frequent flyer miles as well, it sounds like. Spare here, Robert Morris will finish with a 960 team score. Whereas Fresno State with a 2 more strikes here can get all the way up to 946.
Fresno, solid program. A lot of great schools out there.
Certainly are, and I'm just amazed at how quickly it seems a program can be built into a contender as they keep sprouting up all over the country. Small programs, you know, you don't necessarily see all the big name schools that you're used to, with other collegiate sports, but certainly schools like Robert Morris and Vincennes will be on our feature pair next game. Have built themselves into a very reputable schools in the bowling community, and have certainly backed it up with victories over the years.
Well, Robert Morris, a relatively recent powerhouse, and Vincennes, of course, many years of history. A lot of great bowlers and bowling industry people have gone through there. To name a few, let's say Chip Aki works with us here at USBC. Dave Bartlett also works at USBC. Ronnie Russell, I believe.
And they're still led by Gary Sparks, the longtime coach. He's just out of screen right now, I believe, but Gary's been with the program for a long time.
Fresno State going to finish things up here. Final shot. Then it's going to be UNLV and Vincennes on our left. And Illinois State, Wisconsin-Milwaukee coming up on the right.
One of many Wisconsin teams will be seen today. In Game 4, we actually see Wisconsin-Whitewater as well as Wisconsin-Madison. So they certainly like their bowling up in Wisconsin, Matt.
Well, the Midwest is freezing cold out, snow. What better to do than stay inside where it's warm and do some bowling? And we see that at the event that we'll be headed to, the Open Championships. An amazing history and a lot of Midwest success. It'll be an interesting story in this year's tournament yearbook about the young team champions from La Crosse, Wisconsin. And really kind of surprised me how many of the team titles over the years have gone back to the Midwest, but I don't want to ruin the surprise or the story for you, so you're going to have to check that out on site in Reno. But, there have been 109 previous Open Championships. This will be number 110. So a lot of history there, and looking forward to that coming up. Still a long way to go here at the 2013 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. Matt Canizaro and Aaron Smith here at Western Bowl. We're about to start game number 3 of 6 here, the men's division. After 6 games, lanes will be redressed, almost implying that they are currently being undressed. And then the women will hit the lanes for their 6 games this afternoon. So a lot of excitement here still to come.
Say, as we start game 3 here, UNLV and Vincennes just getting ready to go. We also, as Milwaukee, Wisconsin waves to the camera. I'm not sure if we caught that. We are here between 71 and 74 of this 80-lane center, so we have a view of a few extra pairs. 2 pairs to our right, we actually have RMU and St. Ambrose. St. Ambrose has gotten out to a very strong start this 3rd game here with 4 out of 5 strikes in the first frame and all 5 in the second. We'll keep you up to date as their game progresses, see if they can put up a big number and put themselves in a position to make the top 12.
And for those of you curious about who we're going to see today on our live stream players, we have that list typed into our live stream template here. Just go down below your video screen and you should see a tab that says show more under the description of the event. And there you'll see who'll be on for today's 6 games. Right now we're in game number 3, UNLV and Vincennes, Illinois State, and Wisconsin-Milwaukee. And above the video screen, there are 2 tabs, live streaming and the live standings. So you can check out the standings after each game. Gary Brown hard at work on getting those updated. And we are working on having the PDF available on bowl.com as well, so stay tuned for that. Aaron Smith. Looks like the pieces are all falling into place. Game 3 underway with ease. The standings now listed on bowl.com if you're interested in seeing what's happening here at the Hoosier Classic. Just go to bowl.com, and in the top module, just underneath the live stream graphic, you can take a look at today's lane condition and the men's standings. We're currently through one game. Game 2 on the way. Keep an eye on that.
We're cooking with gas now, Matt.
Right now in our featured pairs, UNLV and Vincennes, Illinois State and Milwaukee.
Now we've been hearing a lot of chants recently and a lot of noise these past few frames, Matt. Obviously that's a big part of the team bowling aspect, is being able to motivate the team and get excited, start stringing strikes, and it's fun to get loud and get a little noisy. Did you guys used to do anything like that back in the day?
Well, we did. Definitely, it's all part of it. You want to raise the team's enthusiasm a little bit, get excited, and we definitely had some characters on the team. But
starting with you, of course, right?
No, definitely not with me. I'm the quiet, reserved guy. But you have to have a balance. You have your guys who are pretty much all business, and the other guys are around to bring up the mood a little bit, no matter what, and every team has one, a class clown, so to speak. On a day like today, when the conditions are awfully challenging, you're not going to see a whole lot of strings, at least early. We're starting to see a few now, a 3-bagger here, a 4-bagger there. And I think as everybody wakes up, gets lined up, gets comfortable, you're going to see a little bit of that come out. The personalities will come out as well. I mean, everybody has a job on the team. You know, you got your leadoff guy. He's there to get things lined up and share the information. And your anchor is the one who's going to get it done when it counts. And everybody in between has a job. And, you know, it's really that easy. It's a complete team effort. And I think this afternoon, and I don't know how much time you spent around college bowling, but the atmosphere is a little bit different when the women are out there. You're going to hear a whole lot more yelling, and they have become very organized with their cheers, choreographed even. And as I can tell you firsthand, you know, from talking to Brandy about her college bowling experience at West Texas A&M, a lot of the time in the van spent driving across the country is spent coming up with those chants and cheers, and that's almost as important as time spent on the lanes practicing, believe it or not. I mean, that's what's going to lift you up when you're out there bowling. Sometimes it's enough to turn a bad shot into a quick smile and relax you a little bit. But I think as far as that, the afternoon session is going to be pretty entertaining.
We'll certainly be looking forward to that. Once again, you're watching Game 3 of the men's first 6 qualifying games here at the Hoosier Classic. We'll be on until 2:45 approximately Eastern Time. And then we'll have the ladies come out for games 1 through 6 of qualifying right around 4.
We're in frame number 4 on most pairs here, if not more. Our featured pair right now on the left. We're starting frame number 4 on the right, frame number 2. And we see as the lanes start to break down a little bit and open up some, the strikes are coming. We'll see how that pans out. Of course, a lot depends on who you follow and these teams moving across the house. So we'll see. We'll take a look at the Game 2 scores here in just a few minutes and see how things are starting to pan out. Once again, the format for this weekend's event, the Hoosier Classic, 77 men's teams 56 women's teams found their way to Indianapolis, and Aaron Smith has that format for you.
All right, all qualifying will be, there's no Bakers in qualifying for this tournament. Most of the collegiate tournaments do have some form of Baker in it, but this is going to be 9 games of qualifying for both the men and the women. On the men's side, when all 9 games are finished up tomorrow morning, I believe, approximately 11:30 or so, the top 12 teams out of the 77 will advance to the match play round where the Baker will actually begin. Top 4 teams overall will get a bye in the first round, so they're already into the next round. All rounds of match play will be best 2 out of 3 Baker games until you get to the championship round, which will be 4 out of 7. And on the ladies' side, the top 8 teams will advance under the same format. All Baker's matches, best 2 out of 3 until the finals, and then 4 out of 7.
And there you have it, the path to the championship, as they say. And we'll be here for it all the way through. The championship match will be happening right in front of us, both divisions, so looking forward to that. And then when it's all said and done, if you'd like to check out the recap, we'll have the Aaron Smith special posted on bowl.com.
Those are far and few between, so please enjoy this one.
2 days of live streaming and a final recap on bowl.com when it's all over. Can't ask for more than that.
Packed as the bowling area is here, Matt, the settee behind us is equally crowded with a bunch of supportive parents and fans who come out, especially I know a lot of Indiana schools are here at the Hoosier today, so Vincennes being one of them. So a lot of support out here on the lanes.
Well, this is an enormous bowling center. The last event I covered was a quaint little bowling facility in Huntsville, Texas, and the sizable crowd definitely filled that place in. This place, I imagine, as we get down to it, is going to get awfully full, and the women are going to start coming in as well. And as you pointed out earlier, the first time you've seen some of the interesting contraptions that the parents have invented or purchased to be able to see the action on the lanes. Of course, college bowling, the entire team standing all day long, often blocking the view, so hard to know what's going on besides watching the scoreboard. But a lot of step stools and periscopes have become the norm.
It's the first time I'd seen a periscope in quite a while, so that was an inventive way to make sure you can see what's going on.
So not just something that you see in a cartoon anymore, but it's the real deal, and often painted in school colors. But very cool. Whoever decided to bring that into Bowling Center the first time.
Innovative.
How about that? Couple questions in the chat room. First one is, what oil pattern are they bowling on? Second one is, do you have the current standings? Well, let's answer both of those. As of right now, if you click on the live standings tab just above the video portion of our BowlTV template, it'll give you the standings through game 2. Or if you choose to see the PDF version and you want to go back to bowl.com, just underneath the live stream graphic, there is a tab for the men's standings. Game 2 is on its way. Currently, those are through game 1. And right next to the standings, you'll see a link to the graph of today's lane condition. So everything right there for you, either on bowl.com or on our BowlTV template. The lane condition is 37 feet. And you can take a look exactly at the graph and some of the numbers, how that's laid out on that PDF. And Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider for USBC tournaments. This event, the lane situation and patterns headed up by Nick Hulman, very knowledgeable, obviously, in the lane play department, and challenges these guys and girls every single year. So today's pattern, 37 feet, and we'll get a look at the others later today and tomorrow. And hopefully Nick will be available to come on and talk about what he's doing to try to challenge these collegiate athletes. Always fun to go out there and earn it.
Couldn't agree more with you, Matt. And so far from what we're seeing, you got to be on top of your game to strike a lot here. It's in front of us, at least, it's been relatively mild pace so far. We saw Morehead State go 10-60 their second game, a few pairs away from our featured pair here. saw in our left pair, that was an unconventional way to pick up the 4-9, but very impressive nonetheless. Bringing the 4 out from the pit to come back and take out the 9.
All right, Robert Morris still on top, just 5 pins separate the top 2 teams. Nobody plus through 2. So we'll take a look here when it comes back around. 77 men's teams right now. I'm looking at the live standings tab on our BowlTV template. Just getting to the end. We'll be right back at the beginning. Again, Robert Morris, Illinois on top.
Some individual scores, it looks like. Sneaking their way in there.
Gary Brown keeping us on our toes.
So we're a little past halfway here of game number 3 here at the Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic, coming to you live from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Robert Morris, Illinois, 1977. Morehead State in second, 1992. Lindenwood in third, 1989.
Probably close to the year most of these kids were born, if not sooner. Did you know people were born in the 1990s, Matt?
Crazy kids. Calumet College, 4th at 1975, so.
We were able to watch them from a distance. Our very first game, bright and early this morning.
So a lot of teams very close to that even mark of what would be 2,000 after 2 games. Of course, 5-player teams. Par, 200, so 1,000, a good number to shoot for, especially in a challenging condition like we're seeing here at the Hoosier Classic. Nobody plus through 2 games. Handful of teams awfully close, and in this format, not hard to make up 10 or 15, 20 pins pretty quickly.
It's all about hunkering down and making quality shots, and when it comes down to it, the folks who figure that out, we'll be seeing tomorrow.
Well, most importantly, especially on a grind-out condition, you got to make your spares. I mean, that's true on any condition, but when it's tougher, when you don't strike a whole lot, it's even more important.
Off to our right, it looks like Wright State is off to a strong start here in game number 3. I believe this young man actually going up is looking for the front 7, Matt. And he got it. Once again, this was off our feature pairs, but close enough in proximity where we can keep an eye on it.
So through 2 games, minus 64 is good for the top 10. As we talked about earlier, the possibility of a team or a school entering multiple teams, we'll have to see if that's in fact true to round out this 77-team field. Just by looking at the standings, I'm going to guess that is not the case, that there's just one team for each school.
now have a Wright State bowler with the front 8 over here, Matt.
Are we confident that is indeed 8 in a row?
I have been watching.
All right, the conquering this challenging lane condition. We'll keep our eye on that. Unfortunately, we're not able to maneuver the cameras at this point. Unless Aaron can get acrobatic and get up on the table, but I don't think that's going to work out, but we'll certainly talk you through it as it progresses over there. Wright State putting together a solid effort here in game 3.
How are they sitting after 2 there, Matt?
I believe last time I saw the standings go through, they were 63rd. We're about to see that page here in a minute. Or not. We'll have to wait for standings to scroll through one more time. I really did think we knew everything about this event before we pressed play today, but once again, we're learning as we go. So, apologize for any misinformation, but it's all straight. Appreciate everybody in the chat room and everybody joining us today. Adding what you can to the value of this broadcast. There's Wright State in 63rd place, 1648 through 2 games. And this game certainly going to help.
Absolutely there, Matt. They're charging back, looking to get a little bit closer to that plus number. Granted, no one's there, so trying to get around those top 12 scores. Make it to the match play portion tomorrow, which will be live streaming starting at 1 p.m. Eastern right here on BowlTV.
We have our chat room reporters helping us out here a little bit. And looks like our Wright State bowler with the front 8 is Dylan Cromes.
Dylan Cromes, all right.
So we'll keep our eye on Dylan, see how things turn out here.
Yeah, he is the 4th bowler today, or at least in this game for Wright State. Their leadoff bowler is currently up here in the 9th. And we'll get back to you with that.
Yeah, on our featured pairs, once again, UNLV, Vincennes, and a couple of spare miscues for UNLV's leadoff bowler.
They're a very strong start.
Left him with 214. 2 single pin misses in the last 2 frames, so that game could have been a huge one. But 214 on this condition, certainly respectable.
Our pair on the right features Illinois State and Wisconsin-Milwaukee. They're a little bit further behind. They're just starting their 8th frame right now. So let's see who we have next for game 4 on our left pair. We'll feature Wisconsin-Whitewater and Michigan State.
Little history fact, Michigan State, the national runner-up in 1998 to Wichita. I saw it with my own eyes. I mean, full of useless knowledge, really. Mostly about the Open Championships, but might surprise you every now and then.
I appreciate those moments. As I'm sure our viewers do as well. Some of you have been with us for a while may remember me mentioning St. Ambrose was a few pairs away from us. They're finishing up their 10th frame now. Their first two bowlers have gone 234, 245 after a strong start. From what I can see, they've already eclipsed the 1,000 mark with 3 bowlers left to go there. So St. Ambrose looking to climb up the standings.
Yep, those guys 9th after 2 games. And, working their way up.
Certainly can make it to the plus with a big finish here.
So again, looking around, I see a lot of 9 dashes, 8 dashes. And it's all about filling frames when they're challenging, and of course in the Baker format when you only get 2 opportunities to step up. Right now, Dylan Chrome's stepping up, working on the front 8, looking to make it 9 here on lane 76.
Sounds good.
No doubt there.
Dylan Chrome's putting on a show for us just outside our feature pairs.
Right, on the scoreboard for UNLV, 214, 147, 190. And for Vincennes, 189, 224. So score starting to climb a little bit here. As the lanes open up, we are at the end of game number 3 of 6 here for the men at the Hoosier Classic. 77 men's teams. Looks like the conditions are getting brutal outside as well. It's a sunny day, but the snow is falling, so glad to be inside where it's nice and warm. And Dylan Chrome's on fire, front 9. For Wright State, looking to catapult his team into contention here. We're looking at the top 12 advancing after 9 games of traditional team play. You can find the live standings on our BowlTV template or on the main page of bowl.com. Just go to the live stream graphic and the top module on the main page, and it is right there underneath. You see today's lane condition as well. Those standings updated through 2 games. Spectacular effort. Down a ways for St. Ambrose. .230, 240, 170, 211, and a possible 235 for their anchor bowler.
Looks like they're 1099, 1100, right around there. Can't quite make out the last number, but very solid effort for St. Ambrose.
St. Ambrose 9th, coming into game 3. It's going to put him back in the black.
Always a good place to be. Looks like 1099 for St. Ambrose. So plus 99 that game to put them on the right side of 200. Right in front of us, we had UNLV finish with a 9:45. Vincennes is still finishing up.
Wright State fired up here in game 3. Everybody's starting to wake up and get loose and get loud. That tends to happen when you're stringing strikes. It's the two sides of college bowling. Right now bowling on a challenging condition where making good shots and spares matters the most. And the top teams and the most prepared bowlers will rise to the top. And sometimes it's fun to just go out there and bowl on something a little bit easier and have a good time and strike a lot and get excited. And it's all a good mix.
Absolutely.
It's a long season, opportunity to see a lot of different conditions. All in preparation for sectionals and the ITCs. It's about versatility.
For Wright State this game, first two bowlers have finished the 10th, 232, 217.
So they're going to be almost at 1,000 before Mr. Cromes even steps up for his chance at that magic number.
Vincennes has one more shot this game. They'll be in the 950 to 960 range.
I do feel pretty safe in our little area here, surrounded by caution tape. And
it almost looks like a crime scene.
well, this is definitely a crime having you and I on here for 2 straight days.
All right. Well, the moment we've been waiting for here. Dylan Cromes is up on the approach here in the 10th.
Lane 75 working on 9 in a row, looking for 10.
Oh, light mixer leaves a 4-pin for Dylan Cromes. A very nice run here in a challenging condition. I'll try to clean it up. 279. He does cover the spare. And he does finish it up for 279. Very nice game by Dylan Cromes of Wright State. That puts Wright State at 10:32 with their anchor bowler still left to go. He's on a spare, so add 40 on that. Possible 1070.
This guy, the mathematician.
That's why I went to Purdue for writing. Now the scoring system that's here at Western Bowl is similar to one of the houses back home. Usually my score didn't add up that quickly, but well, the anchor for Wright State ended up opening, but they finished with the 1047, so a step in the right direction for Wright State. Some excitement here in the 10th frame from Wisconsin-Milwaukee. They're having a little fun out there. And in the end, that's what it's all about, right, Matt?
It is about having fun. Because all my days and memories, I pretty much, except for the one time at the ITCs, I don't really know how we did. We won some stuff, we lost some stuff, but made some friends. All right, we're in the 10th frame of game number 3 here on our featured pair, 73 and 74. Illinois State and Milwaukee.
The Milwaukee area, much along with most of Wisconsin, is a hotbed. Seems like every town has a Eagle winner to it over at the Open. So I felt last time I drove through every town. I remember someone winning from there.
Looks like Lucas made a microphone upgrade since my last live stream. Cause we're catching a little bit of everything. Team strategy and academic successes and so much more.
These are the anchors for Illinois State and Milwaukee right now, finishing up their third game. Milwaukee can finish with a 9:25, and Illinois State, two-handed approach there. Oh, the stuff 9. Slows their game down a bit.
A question in the chat room about the teams on the featured pairs. We do have today's teams listed on this particular broadcast. On the ladies, we'll have those teams listed in the description box. And again, tomorrow, we will have the same situation. If Aaron can round it up sometime today, perhaps he'll tell you who to look forward to for tomorrow. But we'll get that if we can. Otherwise, that's right. Aaron Smith with the reminder that we're actually not showing the team games tomorrow morning. We'll be here for the match play portion, so we don't know who we're going to see tomorrow. It's going to be a big surprise. The top 12 men's teams and top 8 women's teams will advance to match play. The men will bowl tomorrow morning. The women after that, while the men's match play gets underway. That is why.
Overlapping events, so
a little bit of overlapping with the extra teams going to the match play for the men. So we'll see these 6 games today, 6 games for the women, and then just the match play tomorrow.
And as our teams get off the lanes here, Milwaukee finished with a 925. Illinois State 826. And we are right now, we just find ourselves waiting for our next set of teams to make it to their lanes. They still may be finishing up. So stay tuned while we...
Game number 4.
Game number 4 awaits.
Game number 4 already. It feels like it was just 5:30 this morning. It's already noon.
So Matt, if you find yourself in a situation, we have Wisconsin-Madison here on the lanes waiting for their opponent after a few games. How do you stay loose in this kind of time? What's your strategy if you find yourself in a layoff here?
Well, it's a good opportunity to just get together, talk strategy a little bit, and then of course as you get a little bit older, it's a good opportunity for a bathroom break as well. Maybe grab a granola bar or something, or freshen up your beverage so you can settle in for the next game. These guys clearly talking strategy. You'd think, based on what we saw earlier today, somebody scouted out this pair. They saw where these guys were playing. Perhaps they got here in time to see the last couple of frames or shots to get an idea. And, of course, then it's time to talk about that. Come up with a game plan based on that and, you know, what you're seeing as the day progresses. But if anything, you want to just a couple quick stretches and get ready to see your anchor bowler get up there. I'm sorry, your leadoff bowler to get an idea, to read the reaction, and let the other 4 guys know what to do.
That's what you see a lot in leadoff men here in bowling. It's maybe not necessarily the person who strikes the most, but someone who's always consistent, a good spare shooter, and someone who the team can trust that they made a good shot and report their findings.
I never made a very good leadoff bowler, mainly because I was the lone lefty, so what I thought really didn't matter to the other guys necessarily. So I did what I could.
It gets lonely on the left side, doesn't it?
Sometimes it does. Try to mix it up. Have a couple in there. Have somebody to talk to. So, a couple of the pairs already underway around us. Some still finishing up game number 3.
So we have Urbana and Clark to our left, who are already in the second frame. University of Arkansas, West Texas A&M, among others to our right. So again, they have us here on the high end of this 80-lane house, and we'll try to report as much as we can find. Looks like we're just about set here for bowling on our right pair. Ball State and Wisconsin-Madison look like they're getting pretty close. It looks like Michigan State and Wisconsin-Whitewater are getting pretty close as well. So hopefully we'll have some action going.
And as the women start to enter the building, the crowd behind us growing. Not because the women are here to see us, because they're here to see their respective teams, of course. Not that Aaron's not used to crowds of women chasing after him, but today they're here to watch bowling and get ready to bowl. They'll be on the lanes this afternoon.
Getting a preview of what they'll be up against. Both the men and the women do share the same pattern, or is it a little different for the women's?
We'll take a look at that here in just a minute, and any chance we know who we're going to see this afternoon.
Sure, I can rattle that off. All right, once again, games 1 through 6 for the ladies today will start at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. On our feature pairs, we'll be kicking off with Newman, Wichita State, Missouri Baptist, and Robert Morris Peoria in Game 1. Game 2 will feature Morehead State, Victory, Calumet College of St. Joseph, and West Texas A&M. Game 3 will feature Notre Dame, Ohio, Toledo, Wisconsin-Milwaukee, and Union College. Game 4, Pikeville, Central Oklahoma, Louisville, and McHenry. Game 5, Indiana Tech, Siena Heights, Baker, Wisconsin-Whitewater, and finally Game 6, late this evening, will be Huntington, Cal State-Fresno, Viterbo. For some reason, Matt's giving me a look. I don't think I got that right. Viterbo. I got the approving nod, all right. And Iowa Central CC. So once again, that's the schedule for the ladies later on today, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Each game, give or take, lasts about an hour. So if you got one of the later games you want to watch, kind of plan that way. Or you can take in all 6 games if you like and join Matt and I. All right, once again, we have both lanes going here on our feature pairs. Michigan State, Wisconsin-Whitewater out to your left. Wisconsin-Madison, and Ball State to your right. We are in Game 4 here at the Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic in Indianapolis, Indiana at Western Bowl. 77 men's teams are currently competing. It's an 80-lane center, so it's nearly a full house. And later on today, the women will feature 56 teams.
So we did just get a text from Emil Williams Jr. checking in. Apparently he's listening to our broadcast. I think there should be better things for him to be doing in Chicago. Perhaps hopping on the highway on his way to Cleveland to make some money on the lanes. Big event, big TNBA event happening out there this weekend. And a lot of great bowlers from Texas and other places headed that way that I know personally. And Emil, definitely that caliber should be out there bowling, not listening to us on bowl.com. But Emil, thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it. You and everybody else who's with us right now. Exciting day of collegiate action here at Western Bowl. A little bit of a live stream warm-up for us before we head to the Open Championships and the Women's Championships out in Reno. And Emil, we were just talking about a national champion at Lindenwood University.
Back in 2005, I believe.
I think he's ready to parlay that into a memorable, monumental bowling career. I think that's why he's not coming back this year, because he's tuning up for the PBA maybe.
I think so.
Doing some practicing. All right, so we got the answer to the question for at least today's lane condition, 37 feet. The women with a lighter volume.
Same distance, though?
Same distance. So a little bit lighter for the ladies. And again, same situation tomorrow. The men will have a higher volume. We have posted 48 feet for tomorrow. I heard that that might actually be different. So if there's an updated graph, certainly we'll get that for tomorrow. So we're patiently waiting for some score updates, see how all those big scores translated on the leaderboards. Right now we are settling in for game number 4. Wisconsin-Whitewater, Michigan State. Madison and Ball State.
Ball State off to a strong start here. 4 out of 5 strikes in the first 2 frames, and their leadoff bowler starts the third with another X. So Ball State not too far away in Muncie. And Matt just gave me a blank stare, wondering where's Muncie.
It's the home of Eugene McCune.
It's Munster.
Munster. Oh man, I need to brush up on my Indiana geography. Munster. Oh well.
I think Eugene will get over it.
Muncie, Munster. As long as there's a White Castle there, it's all the same to me, sir.
There's certainly plenty of those.
If I keep this up, I'm going to have a blooper reel by the end of the day. Something else I do miss is those team uniforms. Some of these teams look pretty sharp.
I agree.
Uniforms have come a long way in the last 10 years.
Very much so. These, many of them similar to the kind you see on the PBA telecast, all jazzed up.
We do have high five gear on site today.
Yes, we do. They have a very big poster above lanes 59 and 60, a little further down from us.
As we say at the big show, these teams are definitely dressed for success. You got to look good to feel good to bowl well, and it translates, believe it or not. Perhaps we need to go see Alyssa at the high five table and come up with something creative for the media department at the Open Championships to help us stand out.
Could we have a tie built in already so we don't have to?
Perhaps Mike Fagan has his Argyle on his jersey. Maybe we can go with the old update to the bow tie T-shirt or something to that effect. The tuxedo T-shirt.
Tuxedo T-shirt.
There you go. The Matt and Aaron suit and tie jersey. it was always nice when we had the opportunity to either go support our women's team or have them support us, and occasionally, as we talked about earlier, the cheers and chants on the women's side, certainly more choreographed, and always nice to turn around and hear some of those. So, as we see, they're starting to file in.
Yeah, see, as mentioned, we're following Wisconsin-Whitewater. There's a few who look like they're ready to participate later this afternoon, behind in support. And early in game number 4 here at the Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic.
The official description for today's pattern posted with the graph. This short pattern is designed to play outside of the track area to begin the block. Medium to weak equipment at the start will allow all bowlers to face smoother transition throughout the 6 games. So hard to know if that actually happened, as we cannot really see most of the ball selections. But a lot of these coaches are familiar faces from many, many years, some new ones, but a lot of I saw back in my day. So they've obviously been around. They know. I'm sure they studied the graph and did their best to prepare their teams and their equipment. One such gentleman, Carl Nicolai, Michigan State head coach, and he's the man behind collegebowling.com and has been since its inception.
It's certainly a great website, a lot of useful information on there, keeps it up to date. Get to see tournament results, team to team, look up any team, see it over the years, and even check out Matt's stats under University of Florida.
Yep, unfortunately, the year that they have on there, the one of my 4, not my best. Maybe I could talk him into going 1 year further into the past when I was, well, I thought I was pretty good that year, so.
Collegiate superstar Matt Cannizzaro here on the live stream with us today. If you go through the average list over the years, going back to the early 2000s, and some of those names are familiar ones on the PBA Tour today. We talked about Mike Fagan a few times. He had a very good career at St. John's, I believe, among others. Bill O'Neill, Dan McClellan, both from Saginaw. And certainly Wichita State has produced its fair share of professional bowlers over the years.
All right, scores through 3 games now up on our live standings tab on BowlTV, so check that out. We'll watch it scroll through here one more time, see if we can't catch the top 2 or 3 teams. And as expected, St. Ambrose on top. Only team plus here, 30-36 in the top spot. That huge 10.99, I believe it was, in game 3. Catapult them into the lead.
Wisconsin-Whitewater, who's on our feature pair right now, is sitting second. Not too far behind.
Now this stuff a little difficult to watch without a shot at the scoreboard and some scoring, but we do appreciate everybody joining us and bearing with us, of course. Tuning in to see some of the best young bowlers in the country. Standings are available on our YouTube page, as well as on the main page of bowl.com. And those have been updated. And Game 3 standings should be live in just a few minutes. Currently watching Game 4 of traditional team games. 5-man teams. Everybody bowls the whole game. 6 games today, 3 games tomorrow morning. And then we'll cut this field of 77 down to the top 12 for match play. Should be an exciting transition from one format to the other. Halfway through game number 4. Some of the other pairs are sprinting through this game. Only one team out of 77, averaging 200 for today, so just goes to show the difficulty of this event. And clearly these bowlers not afraid of the challenge. 77 teams on the men's side. This event has grown.
Absolutely, and this is one of the last big tests right before sectionals comes up here shortly down the road, and Hoosier Classic is a great tune-up for that, and hopefully gets these teams ready for the chance to make it through their sectional, make it to the ITC.
Right now, St. Ambrose on top, Wisconsin-Whitewater second, Calumet a few pins back in third place.
So Wichita was next, and they'll be featured on right in front of us here, along with Newman, Ashford, and Western Illinois in Game 5. Western Illinois is one of the tougher teams back when you were out there, Matt.
Yeah, just at the tail end of my career, Western Illinois won a couple of titles there, led by
Derek Sapp, Jeremy Sonnenfeld.
There you go. Sonnenfeld came from Nebraska, where they won a national title in '96, I believe it was, and then he went on to win at Western Illinois as well. A very talented group.
I think he shot 900 somewhere in between there, too.
February '97 at an event, a special event at Nebraska. The very first one, certified.
So we're watching Wisconsin-Whitewater here on the left, and looking at their score right now, just more than anything else, sitting in second place, it seems like they're staying out of trouble. Only see 3 opens up there, which 2 of them don't look to be splits, though, however, but they're filling frames, and that's the key out here today.
So that's it, 4.5 games in, or 3.5 games in. We've already run out of clever and witty things to say.
Give us time, we'll think of a few. On your left pair on the left lane, the Wisconsin-Whitewater anchor is going for his 5th consecutive strike after starting the game with an open. just a bit outside.
So some pairs about to finish up game number 4. Our 2 featured pairs now in the 7th frame. For those of you following along at home, the PDF for the standings has been updated on bowl.com. Just go to the top module on the main page, just under the live stream graphic, and you'll see a link to today's men's standings. St. Ambrose on a little bit of a roller coaster ride. 10-20 game number 1, 9-17 in game 2, and 10-99 in game 3. Currently in the top spot at 30-36. Wisconsin-Whitewater second, 29-55. Calumet College third, 29-49. Wichita State fourth place, 7 pins back, 29-42. Moorhead rounding out the top 5 with a huge middle game, 10-62. And they're at 29-41. Purdue, Toledo, Weber International, Lindenwood, and Indiana Tech rounding out the top 10.
Once again, the top 12 after 9 games of traditional play will advance to match play tomorrow, starting at, for the men, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll be live streaming that right here on BowlTV.
So currently RIT in 11th place and Urbana in 12th. But everything pretty tight down the line, so still a long way to go.
Urbana University is paired left of our featured here. They're actually putting together a pretty nice game. Their fourth bowler stringing a few strikes, so we'll keep you up to date to see where they finish at. And right now we're in the 8th frame here on both featured pairs. Wisconsin-Whitewater, Michigan State, Ball State, and Wisconsin-Madison.
So coming up next, rivalry week. Wow. Okay. Continues here on BowlTV. We saw hoops all week on ESPN. Now some bowling. Crosstown rivals, Wichita State and Newman, are going to share the left-hand pair. And on our right, Ashford and Western Illinois. So stay tuned for game number 5 of 6 coming up here. Getting ready for frame number 9 here of game 4. We're getting ready for the 10th frame here. Game number 4. A lot of pins up for grabs. See if these guys can finish strong.
Yeah, scores seem a little low by us right now. Nothing jumping out of this right now of our 12 or 14 lanes we can see. Urbana's probably has the best game right now. Who's a little left of us. We could put up more than 1,000 with a real nice 10th frame here. They were just inside that 12th place cut line, as Matt brought up not too long ago. You can see those standings and more at bowl.com.
Looks like WT's coming our way. Mark Scroggins just walked by. Scroggins brothers. They're pretty good bowlers.
That is very true. Mike's been on quite a few TV shows over the years, and I think Mark made 1 or 2 himself.
Mike's the Masters champion, and Mark has turned his attention towards coaching, really, in the big picture, and a longtime coach of the Buffs
Of West Texas A&M. I heard his brother, after he wins, there's a party of some sort afterwards.
Oh my. Thank you, Randy.
Party at Scroggy's. I've never been invited. Working on that.
I was at one after the Masters in 05, I believe.
Was it everything we would expect and more?
It was.
Well, with a repeat performance at the Masters this week, maybe Lucas could tell us about that. Mike Scroggins could win another Masters title.
10th frame underway. And some teams making their way down here for game number 5 already. Whitewater trying to make a move here. Good start there in the 10th frame. Leadoff bowler double 9 for 209. Next guy up, possible 206.
with a very strong 10th frame, they could sneak right around that 1,000 number, but that would involve pretty much a double from each player. As we see players move throughout the bowling area, moving on to the next pair. Were there any tricks that you used to get through these crowds faster, Matt?
Well, considering that most of the time I didn't have to carry a bowling ball with me, only a clipboard, I was able to maneuver through pretty well. I was slim and stealthy. Not really. There's really no trick. You just grab what you're going to need and you make a run for it. And if you're going, I mean, at most they're going 10 lanes now, so it's not huge. You're not making a huge turn for most of them. So you do what you do. You grab what you need and you go. So realistically, how many years of eligibility do you have left?
Myself? I still have 3 years left.
3 years of eligibility. And the way that you have worked out your professional career, you can spend some serious time. Get out there, get back, take some classes, and we could be talking about the great Aaron Smith.
Nobody wants that.
Well, and you have your pickup schools now.
I do.
We know everything there is to know now after today so far about men's collegiate bowling. Now you just have to decide on a career path as far as your next degree and pick your school. There you go.
Simple as that.
So I'll expect to have those answers from you by the end of the men's block today. We'll go talk to the coach. We'll see if we can get you a spot.
Sounds good. I'm ready.
I got connections at West Texas if you want to go talk to Scroggins for you.
I may search for a few closer to home first, but the offer's always appreciated. I could bring wisdom with all 28 years underneath my belt.
Be like sunshine. I definitely know some people.
I'm so used to snow here in Indiana, though. I'm experiencing all the seasons. Urbana, which is one pair off our featured pairs here, finishes with a 10-16. Nice way to jump into game number 5. To our right, they're finished up. Both Ball State and Wisconsin-Madison finishing in the 860s. Let's see, MSU and Wisconsin-Whitewater coming down to their final bowlers here. Wisconsin-Whitewater with, it's going to need some, let's see, they have 70 pins out there. They could sneak their way to 1,000.
final shots of game number 4 here at the 2013 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. We're at Western Bowl in Indianapolis. Nobody stopped by to talk to us so far today. They're avoiding us, or our caution tape is working so well that nobody has come into our little booth here to chat. Bugsy Kelly from Columbia 300, Nick Hoagland, the man responsible for today's lane patterns, I believe. Nothing.
Michigan State on their fill ball here can finish up with an 840 with a strike. And the stubborn 7-pin gives them 839. And the open frame finish by Wisconsin-Whitewater leaves them with a 971 game 4 total.
All right, we'll have game 5 for you in just a few minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now underway. Game 5. Wichita State has joined us, and they're sharing the pair with their crosstown rivals, Newman University. And on our right, Western Illinois and Ashford. So with us now, we are joined by the great Gary Brown.
Thank you. I didn't know I was great, but that was just good.
So, you know, mediocre, nearly adequate, whatever.
Sufficient.
Gary has a long history in college bowling. It goes way back to the 1990s, and now he's the big boss man at USBC in the collegiate area. And we're talking a little bit about the size of this event and how it's grown over the years, and you know, the challenge of the conditions today, and kind of how it's a tune-up for what's about to happen in the collegiate bowling world. Can you talk a little bit about what we're looking forward to?
Yeah, next week, probably on Wednesday, we'll be announcing the sectional teams for postseason play. The way we do that is we take the top 80 teams on the men's side, the top 64 women's teams around the country, and we position them according to geographic location, and also looking at certain things such as no more than 2 of the top 8 or 4 of the top 16 can go to a sectional location. So what we'll do is after this tournament, Carl Nicolai and the power rankings will sit down, take all these teams, put them in the system, and then I'll get a report on Monday. We'll double check all the eligibility for the teams, and on Tuesday and Wednesday our committee will sit down and start selecting where they go.
So it sounds like you have a pretty busy couple of days ahead of you.
Yeah, it becomes kind of difficult because of the situation where you have 2 teams from the same school who are, you know, highly ranked or moderately ranked. You always have to try and keep those teams together. So, you know, when you think about what we do, this is very similar to what the NCAA selection for the college basketball does. They sit down and have 64 teams. They put them in locations. However, on our situation, we have to also look at the schools with the men's and women's programs because you want to try and keep them together to cut down costs.
Gary Brown always thinking, and of course the right to go to, as we call it, nationals, the ITCs, Intercollegiate Team Championships, is what's on the line at sectionals. Talk a little bit about how that process works for some of the folks joining us today who may not be so clear on what happens after this.
Well, March 9th and 10th, the 64 teams and the 80 teams will go to one of those locations. They'll bowl 32 Baker games on Saturday and 32 more Baker games on Sunday. Each day there's no re-oil in between the squads, and the top 4 teams from each sectional location will then advance to the ITCs, which is Intercollegiate Team Championships. Once they get to the ITCs, they end up having the ability to they get seeded by 24 Baker games, and obviously it's the same type of bracket, 1 versus 16, 2 versus 15, etc. And then what we do is it's the best 4 out of 7, and then the final 4 teams, on the final 2 teams on the men's side, final 2 teams on the women's side, bowl on television. We're actually on a second year contract with CBS Sports Network. They'll shows in a sequential order. Last year we had 38 replays of the show, so it's very good publicity for college bowling across the board. They were real happy with us, and they actually renewed the contract for this year.
All right, and the big event is Lincoln, Nebraska.
That's correct. Lincoln, Nebraska at Sun Valley Lanes. It's a 32-lane center with 32 teams, so we thank John Lucido and his staff for having such a really nice center. We got some nice new features going to happen this year at that tournament, we believe, with our new partnership with X Bowling. The X Bowling company came on a couple weeks ago and became the title sponsor of the Intercollegiate Team Championships and Intercollegiate Singles Championships, as well as the Survivor Tournament and Junior Gold. And if you don't know what X Bowling is, you can go to their website at xbowling.com and take a look at some of the apps that they're going to have, the app that they have. What you're going to see now is a shell of what it's going to look like in the future. Starting on March 1st, they're going to have the app for the Open Championships. And then April 1st around there, they're going to have it for the collegiate tournaments. So we're very proud to bring them on. We encourage everybody to go out and try and see if your center has the functionality to put the application in there. It's kind of a neat little product that they have out right now.
Okay, so a lot of excitement down the road. Obviously the college bowling season winding down, but the most exciting part yet to come. And when can we expect to see those sectional announcements, and what cities can we expect some of these teams to head to?
Well, I can't tell you what cities because we won't know until we see the rankings come out. But the 4 cities where the sectionals are located are Fairview Heights at St. Clair Bowl, Smyrna Bowl at Smyrna, Tennessee, which is outside of Nashville. We have Allentown, Pennsylvania at Parkway Lanes, and then also at Texas Station in Las Vegas. We've been at 3 of those centers the last couple of years, and Vegas came back on board for this season.
Okay, so now let's turn the clock back a little bit, about 2 decades almost, and of course your own collegiate bowling career at Indiana, and this event. Talk about this event and how it's has transformed over the years since your days, and here we are.
Well, when we bowled, I bowled primarily from 93 through 99. I took a couple of years off in the middle. We were down in Bloomington, Indiana. I think it was a 24-lane center. So it's a small center, obviously pales in comparison to what we have today. But one of the things we always tried to do with that tournament, even in Bloomington, was make the pattern difficult. People would come into town, and that's what made this event grow. It was the end of the season, became a Tier 1 in about 2000. And also the patterns that we laid out. It was a great it was good preparation for schools for the sectional tournament, because obviously sectionals are all conducted on sport pattern. You guys can all see the pattern that Nick's running for this tournament. They're very difficult, a lot of adjustments, and usually the cream rises to the top of this tournament.
So what you're saying is that all these bowlers are here because they want to accept the challenge of the difficulty of that to help them get better.
I believe so. I mean, a lot of these guys, the way it was back, obviously, in my generation, there weren't many varsity programs. There weren't as many schools sponsoring the programs. Coaching was there, but it wasn't a major focus. A lot of the schools now have hired coaches full-time who have a lot of really good skill set, and I think that they are. I think the kids nowadays just want to bowl on something tougher. They love this tournament coming here and seeing, a 48-foot pattern with 40 mils tomorrow on the guy's side, and, I forget the other 37 feet, I think, and 11 mils for the bracket. Just a neat function that this tournament's always had.
Well, we're definitely enjoying the opportunity to be here and see 77 men's teams and 55 women's teams, get it done here in Indianapolis. And any highlights, anything you want to point out from the event and kind of how it all came together? And I know Nick and his team have worked really hard, getting this done, and Bugsy Kelly at Columbia, a Backhaul Direct, of course. But how did this happen? What made this so successful, or who helped?
I think the things we look at is the success of the program that runs it. I mean, the Indiana University program had a lot of success back in the 90s, and the program's still competing today. And I think really a strong part of that is the patterns that we've always laid out for this tournament have been challenging. The scholarship funding that's into the tournament, obviously schools are always looking for funding and ways to do it. $13,000 or $14,000 of outside revenue not made from entry fees at the tournament is a pretty substantial amount of funding to the programs. But I think if they still didn't have any funding here, you'd still have the same size of field. Everybody looks forward to this. They are sold out. They're every year around this time, ahead of time. Sometime around November, an email goes out to all the teams saying you need to confirm that you're going to come back, and then basically there's a lottery. This year you had about 12, 13 teams on the lottery. You had 13 teams on the lottery, and that's how they filter for the teams who were not coming back. So, this is obviously the largest Tier 1 tournament in the country. The uniqueness of this tournament at this point is it's all varsity programs. They don't have any JV teams here, so you're looking at 77 varsity programs out of our 180 or 190 schools that are out there on the men's side and mixed side. So you're seeing almost half the country here all at one time. And that's just it's a real achievement for this tournament and everybody to come to this tournament to see that many teams on that side of it. On the women's side, you have about 100 schools that are eligible for postseason. They're going to have 55 of them. So you have actually over half of the women's programs here at the same time are eligible for postseason.
Well, we did talk about that a little bit earlier, trying to figure out if actually, it was just 77 different teams, or we were seeing, A and B teams of each school, and we got that sorted out pretty quickly, and it's phenomenal to see, like you said, almost half of the men's bowling teams in the country, here, for this tune-up, I guess, so to speak. Of course, the opportunity for some additional points out there and scholarship money. So, a lot on the line still, with the season coming to a close and maybe that extra push to get to sectionals, and if anything else, get sharp.
And there's a lot of pride on the line at this tournament. You know, the shot making is essential here. You've got 3 different patterns, 5 bowling balls. You know, you don't have the ability to go back in your bag or out in the car or into your paddock area and grab a different ball. So when you come to this tournament, you have to have 5 balls that are going to be versatile enough, and players who are versatile enough to play on these patterns. So there's a lot of pride on the line when the teams come here to compete. And you know, that's just real neat to see. And it's kind of interesting if you kind of look at the history of this tournament. And I said before, the cream really rises to the top. You're going to see those teams who are in the top 16 in the country really be, you know, in that bracket player in the top 16 within this tournament.
I know, talking to Nick Hoagland about the patterns a little bit, just when you get him going, his face kind of lights up a little bit, because I know that's his passion, kind of talking about, you know, the lanes, and he works very hard, it looks like, to make it as challenging. You can even see that in some of the descriptions, you know, as the teams try to figure out how they're going to attack them and how to prepare their, like you said, 5 bowling balls. You know, some things need to happen from day 1 to day 2, and you know, just again, it's a true test of versatility over 9 games. You know, make good shots, make your spares, and then try to figure out those patterns to hopefully make it into the top 12 and into that bracket play tomorrow, where you'll see the Baker format. And it's always nice to see a combination of formats. And since our days, sectionals and nationals and ITCs have gone away from the traditional games, and it's all Baker, and that puts a lot of emphasis, you know, on your 1 or 2 shots per game up there. You know, you have 2 chances to really make an impact, and it's all about the team atmosphere at that point, and you kind of get a taste of both here at this event.
Yeah, and that's what the ITCs does. It's the Baker format, we believe. That really means that all 5 players have to be working together. They all have to be, you know, excellent spare shooters. You know, a team can get hot and run through the field pretty good. You know, the Fresno State team from a couple of years ago was a nicely ranked team, but they weren't expected to win it, I don't think, when people walked in. You know, there was some, you know, 3-time, Wichita State was going for a 3-time national champion at that point with a lot of the same roster. But to see that team walk into the field, I mean, I remember back one of the years at Wichita, somewhere in the 2000s, we had, you know, the UC Davis team walk in. They were the 16th ranked seed in the country for the tournament, and they beat the number 1 seed twice and knocked them out. So that was, you know, that's where the crapshoot comes in at that 4 out of 7 Baker format.
Well, crapshoot maybe, excitement for sure. Just the change in the tone and the atmosphere and just the whole environment of it when it comes down to Baker play. Certainly amazingly unique and amazing to be a part of, and we're going to see a little bit of that tomorrow. The team game's a little bit slower pace, toned down a little bit, but it really gets amped up, you know, for that format, and certainly we're looking forward to seeing that on CBS, and hopefully I'll be able to catch it 20 or 30 of those 38 times, because it never gets old. It's really, you know, having been there, having bowled, you know, in that environment, and missing it really, the chance to see it, and at this point be this close to it, you know, it's something that never goes away.
Yeah, you know, that's why I love my job. You know, I'm back involved with the collegiate side of sports. It's become more of a sport atmosphere. Teams are really taking it serious. They're doing workouts. Their training regimens. They're looking what to eat. You know, they're working on a lot more things than, at least I guess my generation and what we did. You know, we didn't practice as much as these guys do. We definitely didn't have the workout regimen that a lot of these teams, running stairs and getting up at 5 a.m. workouts. It's a big piece of that. You know, talking about the shows being on CBS. I remember looking at New Year's Eve and looking through somebody posted something on their Facebook page saying they were just watching the ITCs on Facebook on New Year's Eve. The show was in May. So, I mean, it's kind of interesting to see they've been replaying the show even that far on.
Well, and we're talking about TV appearances, and right now we're watching Wichita State and Newman University. Of course, Wichita, a long storied history, you know, in college bowling, and a lot of titles won by Gordon Vatican, USBC Hall of Famer. And then at the same time, the crosstown rival now, the up-and-coming, you know Billy Murphy pretty well. And just the fact that you're in the same town and trying to be on the rise. And Newman had a successful run not too long ago. And it's just interesting to see, you know, now 2 potential powerhouses in the same city battling it out. They're battling here. And interesting to see how that dynamic turns out in the future.
Yeah, I mean, we have such a large growth in college bowling going on right now. I took over in 2008. There were 152 different schools who were certified with us as members, and then this past season we have 194. It's over 1,000 extra kids that are bowling collegiately. So while some people may say youth bowling and things are down, historically at this point, the high school bowling and collegiate bowling are continuing to grow. It's amazing to see the numbers that are out there. I bet you at this point for next year, I think we probably can eclipse that 200 mark of teams that are certified with us, which has been one of our goals at our department. We have several new schools that are out there. We're actually seeing some conferences starting up. We have some inquiries from a full conference down in Texas that's looking at adding it as a whole conference all at once. So it's kind of neat to see this growth that not only are the players seeing as a sport, but also athletic institutions, athletic departments, and all the schools that are out there. It's kind of nice to see that growth and that change of belief that our sport is that typically has had a traditional negative stereotype, but they're seeing this, they're watching it, they're seeing the live streams, they're seeing the TV shows, and they're seeing the teamwork and camaraderie of these teams, and seeing that, hey, this is actually a true sport.
Well, just looking up and down the lanes, really. I try to get to one or two collegiate events every year, and again, it's been a while since I've been out there as a player, but just looking at the rankings, even, a lot of names that I'm not familiar with or haven't seen, in my day. Some familiar ones, like we said, Wichita State, always a powerhouse, but Robert Morris University, Lindenwood University, Weber International, Midland University. I mean, those are all relatively new programs, at this level. And again, it's nice to see, the old powerhouses and the new guys coming up and programs being built. I mean, that's really cool to see, the newbies every year. And then again, like we talked about earlier, Emil Williams Jr. works with us at USBC, part of that Lindenwood National Championship team in 05. And one of those teams you mentioned, nobody expects them to win coming in, kind of an underdog. And given the format and just the momentum, they're able to get it done. And it's anybody's game at that point. And, that changed his life forever. And probably just the opportunity to compete is a life-changing and life-building experience for all these bowlers.
Yeah, one of the things we always sell to schools on as they're starting to add, so we sell that it not only is it a chance for a kid to compete, at the highest level of team bowling at this point. I know the PBA's bringing it back a little bit with their new series, but really it's they're also developing partnerships, learning leadership skills. You're getting networking. I mean, I got my job at this company because you mentioned Nick. Nick knew a guy at Bowling Inc. at the time. I took an interview just based on that conversation. The Backhaul Direct company here, they're founded and organized by a bunch of guys from the IU bowling team. So through your networking, the things, your friendships you develop, not only are you developing a skill set on the lanes, but you're also developing a great resource for you for the future for employment.
Well, and again, I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, if it wasn't for bowling, obviously I wouldn't be where I am. That's how we found Emil, that's how we found Aaron. They saw things like this live streaming that we do and, inquired about how do I be a part of that. Now that I'm out of college, I have the experience, I understand bowling and the sport, and we appreciate what you guys do. Now how can I help?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at just our department alone in the youth area, between, Elizabeth, Zanicki, she was bowled at Newman. You have, Heather Whitney who bowled at, I think, Texas Southern. You have, David Bartlett who bowled at Vincennes. You have Zach Barton who bowled at West Texas. Gary Schmidt, who's, just turned 50 this year. He bowled at Concordia, so it was back around in those days. You have myself who bowled at Indiana, and then you had Chad Murphy who was part of the Wichita teams. So you have, it's nice to see the collegiate bowling community get back to the sport. I mean, it's one of the things I really enjoy about our departments. We all have that working relationship, and I think a lot of us developed from our collegiate bowling days working together. We all have that similar background and experience.
Well, and it certainly helps knowing, how much it means to you individually, that now you're putting that back into it. You want to see it do just as well. You want to see these kids have the same experiences that we had, in our 4 or 5 years out there. And, kudos to you guys and what you do and the growth of this event and just the whole collegiate bowling at USBC.
Yeah, the nice thing, if we talk about the growth, is the opportunities now that kids have to help supplement their education. A lot of these schools are seeing an investment in their players as well. They're saying that, they get alumni, they get boosters afterwards. They get all these things that they can tie into their school. So a lot of them are giving scholarships these days, This wasn't around back when I bowled. There was a handful of schools that had it. I walked on a campus in 1993, and I had no idea college bowling existed. Nowadays, you got kids who are putting bowling resume reels together, putting YouTube videos together. You got the combine, you got the TurboTech stuff. You got all these things where kids are now actively going out and trying to get themselves recruited. Coaches are fighting for players.
Well, that's another thing you bring up, the bowling combine. We've had 2 so far, the last 2 years at the ITRC, at the International Bowling Campus. Can you talk a little bit more about that and kind of how you've seen that help some of these programs develop and grow?
Yeah, it's kind of neat, the combine, if you don't know what it is. It's almost like the NFL combine. The kids come in and get different skill sets tested on them, spare shooting, strike percentage, accuracy, the it factor. There's a whole bunch of things like that are tied into it. But one of the big things they do is it's free to the coaches. So every coach in the country can come in and do it, and they basically get a bio sheet on a player that says, here's where they were strong, here's some weaknesses they have. The kids are averaging, I think it was 210 on the guy side and 180s or 190s on the girls side that are at that combine. So and these kids are looking to be recruited. So that what it does, it puts a connection with the player and the coach together. We have several players who've been recruited through that combine that are out there. They've come into the combine. We asked the question last night. I'd say about half the coaches, 10 or 15 coaches raised their hand, said they've been to it or the other version of it up in Michigan. And they said almost all of them raised their hand, said that they have taken players from that combine. So it's a great place for kids to get there. You can go into bowl.com combine, fill out the application, and those guys are looking, can select the kids who are going to be there.
Well, that's an opportunity for the kids to see, where they rank against other players of similar age and skill levels, perhaps, or not. And then, they have an idea what they need to work on. If you get in there young enough, it gives you some time to see, where you need to put your efforts, and again, make the right connections, and potentially, go to a powerhouse, go to a school out of state. On the girls' side, possibly get a scholarship for bowling. A full ride, go bowl in some of the bigger programs, and really turn it into something. I know, we tried to stay closer to home and some bowling programs, in Florida, but now so many of these kids just traveling, across thousands of miles to chase these opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing out there, the scholarship aspect of it these days. So much recruiting goes into it for coaches, and they have recruiting budgets. I don't think very many schools back, even when you bowled and I bowled, that had any kind of recruiting budgets out there to go out and actively find kids. It's a neat thing for the kids because it makes them feel like they're like every other sport. They may have 3 or 4 coaches coming after them, talking to them, doing the recruiting aspects of it. You're seeing on the women's side of it especially, you have just in the USBC side of it, you have NCAA schools, you have NAIA schools, you have junior college schools, NJCA, you have club programs. So the uniqueness of our brand of college bowling is that we are all inclusive of all those acronyms. If you go back and look at those things, Maryland Shore, who's been a very traditional strong power at the NCAA level, they won the national championship last year, and then a week later came out and competed in our national championship. So it's kind of interesting. You don't see that in any other sport really out there where they cross over that much.
There you have it, folks. Gary Brown from USBC Collegiate telling you how it is, and very important in the growth of this whole program and this event as well. So Gary, can you sum up the weekend and what it means to you as an alumni for Indiana and just being back here?
Obviously, I'm proud of this event as an Indiana University alumni. It's awesome to see 77 varsity men's programs and 55 varsity women's programs, almost half our membership here for this tournament. The growth of it, it couldn't be done without the guys that are running with Bo Shipley and Nick Hoagland and Bo's wife, and all these guys are heavily involved with this tournament. It's just becoming a success because of the love and passion they have for not just for bowling, but for collegiate bowling. These guys have all given back so strong to the collegiate program, and it's amazing to see how many coaches that are out there, former players, and this tournament in particular, obviously the size of it's enormous. You just don't see it anywhere. we barely had this many teams back when we competed. We had I think it was 118 teams when I was a collegiate bowler.
And there you have it. Gary, best of luck in the continued growth of collegiate bowling. I know this time tomorrow you'll be almost ready to head home to Dallas to get ready for sectional assignments and a little bit of homework for you to do, so we appreciate that. We look forward to seeing where everybody's going.
Yep, everybody make sure you look out Wednesday for it, and we'll get the release out to you guys. So thanks, Matt, and have a great day.
Thanks, sir. All right, folks, so that was Gary Brown, USBC Collegiate, on to talk about the amazing opportunities through college bowling. And right now we'll turn our attention back to the 4 teams in front of us. We're halfway through game number 5. On our left, Wichita State and Newman University. On the right, Western Illinois and Ashford. We distracted Gary from getting the latest scores to us, but he went to do that. We'll have those in just a few minutes. We'll see how everything's shaking out after 4 games. 6 games of competition today, 3 more tomorrow. After 9 games, the top 12 men's teams will advance to match play. Right now, Wichita State struggling here in game number 5. Newman just behind the Shockers. Aaron Smith rejoining us here in the booth, and we'll be with you for the duration. Right now, we're just seeing how game 5 shakes out.
I must say, when Gary came in for me for a little bit, I walked the concourse just to check everything out, and you don't imagine how big 80s Lanes is until you actually walk it. This place is huge.
Well, remember we bowled at the Showboat a couple times out in Las Vegas while they were still around, and I want to say that was either 106 or 108 lanes, and that was quite a hike as well. So good times though, for sure.
I can imagine. Indianapolis actually, obviously that's where we're at, has 2 other 80-lane centers in town alone, so no shortage of bowling here in Indianapolis. Unless you come to Western Bowl today, there's no open bowling. So we have college bowling all day, all night. We were even here in the morning, bright and early, so plenty of excitement left today here at the Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic.
Well, no doubt it's going to get a whole lot louder in here in about 2 hours. Yeah, the ladies are well rested and energized. I believe that I heard some of them rehearsing their cheers at the hotel last night. So, if anything, despite the difficult lane conditions, they're going to put on a show for sure.
Well, we're looking forward to that. And once again, with the ladies, we have Wichita State and Newman, and that'll be when we come back from the oil break. Wichita State Newman will once again be leading us off, except it'll be the ladies this time in game number 1, along with Missouri Baptist and Robert Morris Peoria.
All right, well, if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and take the afternoon off and leave it with you. And, you think you can find something to talk about for 6 hours?
Absolutely.
Probably.
Well, Matt, we reported on a string a few games ago on our right feature pair here for Ashford. Their fourth bowler has the front six going for the front seven right now.
We're due for a little bit of excitement here. That one sounded wide right.
6 count, unfortunately, but nice run to start the game. Helping his team out there.
Standings are up on top. Morehead State, 41-16. They must have had a huge game 4. And that's up live on the YouTube channel. At the very top of the video screen, live streaming, live standings. We'll let you know what's happening out there through 4 games. Morehead State, St. Ambrose, Calumet in 3rd, Toledo, Weber International rounding out the top 5.
Morehead was the only team that was plus. St. Ambrose just behind at -5. So they're still playing tough out there today, Matt.
I'm sure somewhere Nick Hoagland is smiling.
Maybe getting the machines ready for the next squad. He was here at 3 a.m., right?
That's what he said. And it takes a few minutes to oil 80 lanes. But as Gary Brown said, something that all those guys look forward to, having bowled for Indiana and being able to see this event grow over the years and now be a part of it. You know, as grown-ups, as they've moved on in their lives, and to celebrate that, actually, there's an alumni tournament tonight. Some of those guys will get together and see if they still have the skills. It's the alumni doubles tournament at 7 p.m. Of course, we're not using the whole house for the women, so there'll be a little bit of room for those guys to get together and reminisce. many of them still part of the bowling community, working in various aspects at USBC or other locations. So I know Nick spent some time as a PBA lane guy, I believe. So college bowling just a springboard for those to continue their bowling careers, and then those of us who weren't really that good and decided to work on the other side of things in the industry behind the scenes a little bit.
It's much easier to get your name in print this way. Most pairs are getting close to finishing up with game 5 here. Our feature pair to the left is a frame or two behind. They're in the 6th frame currently. But we're getting close to game 6 here at Western Bowl. Our feature pair will include Kansas Weber International, Cumberland, and Victory, an appropriate name college. Talk about the team uniforms earlier, and Wichita State, who's been known to have some flashy garb over the years, is a little mild today, Matt. A little more traditional.
Yeah, they do that sometimes, and with these new jerseys, and you can really get anything on them, and some very cool designs out there. And maybe Wichita just trying to blend in today, and then couple of big strikes there in frame number 6, and maybe try to pull away and let their bowling bring them attention rather than their uniform. Of course, one of the most well-known Wichita Staters, Sean Rash. Anytime you see him on TV, guaranteed to be sporting the yellow and black.
Very true, very true.
Out of respect for his alma mater, and of course what that program helped him accomplish. Chris Barnes, another gentleman, off the scene in the yellow and black.
One of our favorites at the Open. Actually, we'll be previewing a few of them on the live stream. Rick Steele-Smith, as well as John Strabinsky, I believe Jesse Buss as well.
Steele-Smith headed to the Hall of Fame in May.
Very exciting, very well deserved.
And John Strabinsky recently won the USBC Team USA trials. So, I mean, those guys, they get it done.
Gordon Vatican has been coach at Wichita State for quite a while now. He's USBC Hall of Famer as well, and certainly built a program here that's the envy of most. The championships alone speak for themselves.
Well, Gordon also an accomplished bowler in his own right. A couple titles at the Open Championships back in the 80s. Wichita State currently in 6th place. Newman 17th. Western Illinois 36th. Ashford 56th. 421 bids out of 12th after 4 games. So no doubt some teams starting to pull away here as everyone's trying to make the top 12. Still a long way to go though. We have 1 more game here today, 3 more tomorrow. So very much just halfway there.
Very true.
So as we heard earlier, I believe it was Robert Morris had a rough game and dropped quite a bit there. But still enough time to have a big game and shoot right back to the top. So anything can happen.
It's certainly another factor with not only the rest of the frames available today, but 3 more games tomorrow and a completely different pattern as well. So the longer pattern may favor certain teams more than others, and find that right mix and make a run at the top 12.
Yeah, and again, goal is versatility, and it's the team that can find a way to put something together on every pattern, or have a huge day on one and tread water on the other. Either way you want to do it. It's more fun just to dominate everything.
Probably gets old after a while, though.
I don't know who it was told me winning never gets old. Heard that before. And the PDF is up on the Bowl.com main page for the overall standings.
11:75 for Moorhead that 4th game, so a very back and forth day, but it's enough to be leading and plus as well. So
it was a monster effort from what we've seen. It's a high game of the day by far.
yeah, I don't believe anyone else has cracked 1100 to this point, let alone nearly 12. So.
And Robert Morris, as we mentioned, shot .839 in game number 3 after leading early, and followed that up with 10.89 to jump back up to 8th place. So it's a bit of a roller coaster. And it's just about being consistent or having that huge game or whatever it takes. But the goal right now is to make the top 12. Aaron's boys at Calumet College hanging tough. Consistent day has them in 3rd place.
Very consistent. Not nothing too big, but nothing too low. Looks like a lot of grinding on their part. So. Say the Calumet College girls team will be one of our featured teams later on today. Will be featured in game 2 of our 2nd block today. Which begins at, the ladies qualifying begins at 4 p.m. Eastern. Matt and I will be here. We're not leaving all day. Ashford and Western Illinois on your right are entering the 10th frame right here. So Ashford was struggling a little bit earlier today, but they have a chance to gain a little bit back here. Wichita and Newman are currently in the 8th. Nice game by the leadoff bowler for Ashford, just finishing up 237. And to our right, we have a bowler from William Patterson with a chance to go the 279 if he fills out here.
That's a lucky spot, I think. 4th bowler on lane 76.
75 and 76 have seen...
That's that exact spot. 270 games so far today.
There's been some decent scores on 75 and 6 today. Moorhead earlier had a 1060 over there. Calumet College started off the day with a cracking 1,000, so... along with a few big games. And to our right, William Patterson's going to crack 1,000 this game. 998 with the fill ball to go as they finish up their 5th game.
Aaron, I think some of these teams are being a little bit unfair. We talked earlier about how do you stay motivated and energized over a basically 7-hour day to bowl 6 games, and when you're doing a lot of standing and cheering, and even if you're not throwing a whole lot of shots, but again, a lot of beverages and snacks, and at one point it looked like somebody robbed Sam's Club and had a whole box of goodies.
I think that was Robert Morris. That was very, very neatly organized as well. So I saw some bananas in there, a bunch of granola bars, snack bars.
A lot of the parents.
Wichita State had some cookies earlier just now that looked fantastic. So,
well, these parents are getting awfully close to us over here to the left with this container of brownies, and there's a possibility the whole thing might get swiped here in a second. So, so look out. But nice to see the parents so supportive, driving many, many miles and spending many hours in the kitchen baking to come out and support their kids. And that's really cool. I know a lot of parents who have done the same and flown even, all over the place to be a part of this. And it certainly means a lot to the players as well.
Very true. I mean, also, as mentioned, that this being the last big Tier 1 event of the season. Also, for some seniors, this could be their last event. So, if their team doesn't quite make it to sectionals, so that could be one last hurrah and time out in the lanes with their teammates and their family.
Something you never want to end. I'll tell you what it's like throwing that last shot, knowing that your career is over. Yeah, I thought about calling it quits after the 3rd year. I just was ready to try something different, and final shot at sectionals left a flat 7-pin and decided I did not want my career to end that way. And came back for one more year, gave it a run, and was lucky I didn't miss out on everything that happened that final year. And but then when throw that final shot, then it's over for good. Time to move on and be a big boy. But now I get to hang out at events like this all the time and get paid for it. So, best of both worlds.
It's too bad the Gators couldn't join you here today.
Florida bowling program having a rebuilding year. No doubt they'll be back strong. We'll see them here next year.
We're finishing up on the right feature pair. Western Illinois struggled a little bit that game, finished up with 799. Ashford is on their anchor bowler. He cleans up the 10-pin, and with a strike on the fill ball, Ashford can finish with 971. Wichita and Newman are setting up their 9th frames. Trying to make a big push for a big finish here in game number 5. starting to get very crowded behind us here at Western Bowl. Teams coming and going off the lanes, parents, fans. Of course, the women for the next squad are starting to show up and check on their team, see how they're doing, and getting ready for their 6 games. Matt, we have Victory University in front of us right now as they plan for their final game of qualifying today. Going over strategy, hoping for that big finish.
Looks like they're being led by Rick Benoit. He spent a lot of time out on the PBA tour as a Brunswick rep, telling everybody how it is, how to succeed. And a very knowledgeable gentleman. I believe he's coached internationally as well. A lot of experience, a lot of good advice and knowledge to share. So we'll see what he's done for this Victory program.
His brother Bob was also on the tour for some time. I believe one of them shot 300 on TV. For game 6, Midland and McHenry are within shouting distance of us, over on 75 and 76. right now we're focusing on the 10th frame of game number 5 with Wichita State and Newman. Wichita State being on the right lane.
Shipley counter, please. Bow counter.
Wichita State about to wrap up game number 5. Newman already done, 887.
Wichita State here on the right lane is having a Big Ten frame, with the third bowler striking out, the fourth bowler getting the first 2, and the anchor leads off with a strike. That should be enough to get him to more than 1,000 this game. So once again, always being plus is always good. And the 4-pin stands the second shot. Despite a slow start that game, Wichita State pulled together nicely. And they finished with 1,006. Newman, their counterpart, 887.
All right, so a very, very short break here, and in just a minute, Game 6 will be underway. And we'll be here to bring it to you, the final game of the men's squad, 2013 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. Stay tuned. All right, folks, game 6 underway. It's your look at the defending national champion, Weber International. Became the 3rd school in history to sweep both titles at the ITCs last year. So, very quickly successful program. They have all of the benefits, of course, located right near the Kegel Training Center. And the men's head coach, Del Warren, one of the best coaches in the world. So this program quickly became one of the top in the country, currently ranked number 4. Women's team on hand to watch. Their coach, Randy Stoughton. 2 titles with Weber. We're also looking at Kansas, Victory University, and Cumberland University. This is the final game of the day for the men. And they will step aside. Lanes will be redressed. And the ladies will take center stage here at Western Bowl in Indianapolis. 2013 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic.
We're early into the final game. In the second frame on your left and the third on your right. Weber International, much like Wichita, also has been able to recruit quite well overseas over these past few years. As many foreign-born players have had success in both programs. We saw Wichita State last game.
All right, once again, we're watching Weber International, Kansas, Cumberland University, and Victory University here in our final game of the day for the men. Women coming up next.
One of the things that I don't know if you've noticed, Matt, but I've seen a lot of is the integration of technology, of iPads and so forth. People using, I remember from the year I bowled collegiately, you know, you always had someone with a pen and a paper kind of keeping track of everything, what spares are left, you know, conversions, basically keeping hand by score, kind of keep up with statistics. I've seen a few teams here who have, like I mentioned, some kind of tablet where they're being able to keep all this information in one place. And also seen a few people recording as well and being able to perhaps analyze a swing or figure out a small something they can correct in the game and help them score a little better here.
And one of the things we talked about earlier with Gary Brown is the addition of X Bowling to the collegiate bowling program as a sponsor for his top events, the ITCs and the ISCs, and then also at the USBC Open Championships. And by description, it's the first of its kind bowling app that empowers bowlers to connect and compete using their smartphone devices while bowling within the X Bowling enabled centers locally, across the country, and around the world. So in what I've seen of that, and as we said, it's a work in progress and constantly being developed. But we actually tried it out in our employee league at the ITRC at the International Bowling Campus, and it actually allowed Gary to watch us bowl league while he was at home. So we were, we were there. He was checking out the scores, and it was just something that the bowling center has to do to make that possible, technology-wise. But yeah, he was able to tune in, and of course you can watch your own score, or anybody can tune in and see how you're doing, and then when you're done, you can go back and look at all kinds of stats and information, and it's there for you, and compare yourself to bowlers across the country. So very interactive, and something that is now a part of major USBC championships from the collegiate to the adult level. And the opportunity there is that fans from around the world can watch real-time scores from their mobile devices and not miss a minute of the top tournaments, no matter where they are.
So even though Gary could watch your scores from home, he couldn't see all the 6 pins you tripped out, though?
He saw the scores, and I heard from him, no doubt. He was not impressed. But no, he was not able to see exactly how those scores were achieved. But I think he got the idea from all these circles and dashes, and the fact that it looked like a phone number up on the scoreboard. But certainly a very cool advancement in bowling technology, the fact that he could tune in and no matter where he was. And that's going to be a huge asset, I think. You know, again, at the ITCs, and all the parents will be far away at home wanting to tune in. And of course at the Open Championships at the National Bowling Stadium. We do have webcams on site there, but sometimes you can't quite catch the scoreboard, and this will be an opportunity to see how mom and dad or whomever is doing. All right, a treat this afternoon as we wrap up here, game number 6. We're about halfway through. We're now joined by Pete Treadwell. He's a USBC Managing Director of Membership and Events, according to Bowl.com, your source for all bowling news and information, and a 2-time Emmy award-winning producer at ESPN, but we're not going to talk about that today. We're going to talk about bowling. We just got done talking about X-bowling and some of the new technology that's out there. And now with Pete, we're going to talk about the USBC Masters coming up next week in New Jersey, North Brunswick. Pete, what kind of details and updates do you have for the Masters, for especially any of these collegiate players interested in heading that way after this?
Well, I tell you what, Matt, I'm first of all, thanks for having me on. I'm pretty excited to look at what the kind of entries we're getting for the Masters. As of last night, we had 457 entries, which is up. Last year we had 305 out in Las Vegas, and this year we're in New Jersey, and we have 457. I've already had messages from 4 people today who couldn't get on the online system because we shut it down yesterday, and they wanted to sign up and make sure they could get in on site. So we're definitely looking at it. We could potentially approach 500, which we haven't hit in a number of years. We're already as the highest we're highest that we've ever have been since 2008 already, and we're really excited to have a great show out at Carolier. We've got 82 lanes over there, and we're running 3 squads. Live streaming coverage is going to be on Extra Frame, but we're going to have live scoring there on Bowl.com. So I hope you guys will check it out. It's going to be a great event, and moving forward, we're looking at ways that we can get college kids more involved. You know, during February, it's not a great time of year for college kids to bowl in the Masters, of course. But looking ahead, we're already looking ahead to 2015. And in 2015, we're looking at moving the event to the summer and to allow more college kids to bowl. We need to engage the college kids to make sure that they're bowling the Masters every year. And so we'd like to make sure we can make that happen. We're going to be in New Jersey next year again in 2014, but 2015 we're already looking at ways to bring more college kids in.
Well, 2 good points there. First thing about the college bowlers and their interest in bowling these big events, and we moved the USBC Team USA trials to a time that was more convenient when these guys were out of school, and we've seen a huge surge in that event. Many more entries, and of course very prestigious there. The opportunity to bowl on Team USA, Junior Team USA on the line. So we know that strategy works for sure. So that would be great to see them. And along the same lines, Rick Steelsmith, who we talked about earlier, as a soon-to-be Hall of Famer and champion at Wichita State. Of course, he bowled in the collegiate ranks, and he won the USBC Masters in 1987. Right around the time of his big collegiate time at Wichita State, and got an all-events title at the Open Championships. So it's all a stepping stone. It's all, the opportunity to compete at the next level, and all really feeds into the other, and that's absolutely a great thing that you guys are thinking about that, because I know, and we'll probably see it at the Queens again with that event going to after school.
Yeah, we're going to do that. Queens is going to be Labor Day weekend this year, and then starting in 2014, that's moving to around July 1st. We've already announced that the Queens will be moving to early July in 2014, which hopefully will get more of the female bowlers to bowl. We've already got some incentives for college players to bowl this year in Las Vegas, lower entry fee, and also if a college team pays 5 entries by July 22nd, they get the 6th one free, and that even includes the lower discounted price that we're providing to college players. College players pay only $250 this year. You could put your prize money in smart funds if you want. The payout ratio is 1 for every 3 entries. There's also a side event with no entry fee that the best college player is guaranteed $500 and up to $2,000. So we're really making it easier for college players to bowl at some of our premier events. Just getting back to the Masters, you talked about Steelsmith winning as an amateur. In the last 25 years, there have been 6 amateurs that have won the Masters. This is not something where all the big pros, win all the time. It's a format that really anybody can win. I mean, you get into match play, and all you got to do is beat the person across from you. It's not a total pinfall type tournament. And so it's really a great format. I mean, to bowl for someone who thinks they might be able to compete but are not really sure. The Masters and the Queens is really the tournaments to do it, because in match play, anything can really happen.
And there you have it. We're going to see some match play here tomorrow. But before you step out, I know you have a meeting to go to. You'll be back later to talk about some other events coming up in the future. But part of your reason for being here this weekend is that you also bowled at Indiana. We had Gary Brown on earlier and just talked a little bit about what college bowling helped us accomplish. Of course, we're all here partially because of college bowling, not just today, but because in our professional lives now, and of course, having bowled at Indiana, you've seen this event grow and develop, and now to see what it is. You also told me stories of the old days in the 24-lane center, and just watching it grow to what it is, 80-lane center now with 77 men's teams and 55 women's teams. Talk about that real quick, and just this event and what it means to you as a former player, and college bowling in general, how it's helped you get to where you are.
Well, I mean, Hoosier Classic means a lot to me. I mean, I'm an IU grad, as you said, and I like to tell people that when I was at IU, we won the Hoosier Classic twice, and personally, I finished third one year individually, which sounds really impressive when you look at what the tournament is today. Of course, back then it was, like you said, at a 24-lane center and not nearly the event that it is today. But it's so awesome to come back here and see what college bowling, or the Hoosier Classic, has become, and see what college bowling is. I mean, college bowling is a huge part of why I am where I am today, because it allowed me to continue my competitive bowling past high school, and it just made friendships that endure for years and years. I mean, I had lunch with a bunch of former teammates today who are in town to bowl the alumni tournament tonight. So it's something that I'll treasure for the rest of my life, is my experience in college bowling, and I hope everybody who's thinking about bowling in college would strongly consider it, because it's just an awesome experience.
And there you have it. Managing Director of Membership and Events, Pete Treadwell. Aaron Smith signing autographs, but as soon as he's done, we'll have him back on, and Pete is headed off, but he'll be back later today to talk about all of the great things coming up at USBC. Thanks, Pete.
All right, thanks, Matt.
There you have it, folks. The testimonial of another collegiate bowler. We turn our attention back to our two featured pairs, Kansas Weber International and Cumberland University, Victory University. Scores are updated on bowl.com. You can go to the main page, and right under our live stream graphic, you'll see today's lane pattern as well as a PDF of the current standings, and that is through 5 games. Moorhead is still on top, plus 91. Toledo now in second place, 49-64. Calumet College a few pins back in third. St. Ambrose, Wichita State in fifth. Weber International, defending national champions, struggled in game number 5, but still in 6th place. Wisconsin-Whitewater, Robert Morris, Illinois. Urbana, Nebraska-Lincoln, rounding out the top 10. Purdue and Lindenwood. And that's your top 12 teams. It is very tight there in the middle. And still 3 more games tomorrow. So after game 6 concludes here, we'll see how all that shakes out. Top 12 of these 77 teams will advance to Baker match play. And then of the 55 women's teams we'll see this afternoon, 8 will advance to match play. Aaron Smith back from signing autographs.
My wrist is a little bit sore, but I'll be okay. Once again, Matt, we find ourselves with a just outside of our range on 75-6. Midland has, their leadoff bowler has the first 8 strikes. Through a little intel, I found out his name is Joe Bevilacqua. So Mr. Bevilacqua will be up in a minute going for the front nine. All right, Matt, up on 76, which is just out of our view. Joe Bevilacqua going for number 9 here in game number 6. We've already seen the front 9 once on that pair.
I do hope he keeps striking. I want to hear you keep saying that.
The more I say it, the more fun I have.
It's smooth. It's rolling right off your tongue.
I learned from the best. And the streak ends. I have the Matt Cannizzaro touch, apparently. Better known at the Open Championships than collegiate. But a nice run by Joe Bevilacqua.
Brash will hear from Joe again.
The night is young. Right in front of us, Weber and Kansas are in the 6th frame, just starting the 7th. Weber's putting together a pretty solid game here, it looks like. Starting to pile up a few in a row there. But as the defending national champion, we wouldn't expect anything less.
So the men are going to be about an hour behind schedule. They're enjoying their time at the Hoosier Classic. Lanes will be re-oiled, and the women will be on the lane shortly thereafter. They do tend to bowl a little bit faster, though, despite all the cheering and excitement.
Well, you did note how organized they tend to be, so. I'm excited to hear some of these cheers later, Matt. I'm intrigued to see what the ladies will bring to the table with that.
They work hard on them. Often based on the latest and greatest songs.
Which I know none of, so.
All right, well. Off the air, I will share my prediction for the newest cheer, and we'll see if I'm right. It will be an entertaining afternoon, no doubt. And we'll probably see some strikes as well. So some good bowling, some entertainment.
The best of both worlds.
Frame number 8. Game 6 coming to a close. Foundation frames.
Off camera, Joe Bevilacqua finishes his effort after the front 8 strikes with a nice 267 game. Midland looking to put up a pretty good number here. A strong finish, can get a little bit closer to that 12th spot. I believe they were in 17th after 5, so a little work to do, but certainly putting themselves in good position to make a run at it tomorrow.
possible. We're going to try and shoot for a coaches meeting sometime around 3:45 so we can get the evening session started for the ladies. But check-in continues now behind lanes 51 and 52. Please make sure the ball cards are filled out and turned in. Thank you.
You're watching the final two frames. Game number 6. Kansas, Weber, Cumberland, and Victory. Getting it done here. Gary Faulkner up for Weber. Left-hander doubled in the final match last year to solidify the national title.
A past junior gold winner.
Indeed. Aaron Smith's done his homework.
Weber is setting themselves up for a very nice game here to finish the day. Big 9th frame starting right now. Just to our right, Midland finished up with a 10:40 final game, led by Joe Bevilacqua's 267. Their crossing team, McKendree, finds himself, they have a fill ball left to go. A strike will give him 982.
Once again, women's teams, we're encouraging you to check in now between lanes 51 and 52. Make sure you bring your ball cards and have them filled out. If we can get them in as quick as possible, we can get things rolling for the coaches meeting for the next session.
As we finish up here, Matt, obviously with 77 teams, not everybody is going to perform the way they would have liked today, but with 3 games left, if you're one of those teams who's still kind of hanging around, but you know needs a big day, needs a big 3 games. What do you talk about tonight as your team goes out to dinner? Of course, after figuring out where you're all going.
Well, first of all, I have a feeling that based on my own experience, the dinner conversation happens somewhere around game 3. And it gives you something to look forward to, and it gives you motivation to strike more. I believe at one point I threw 14 strikes in a row for a free dinner. And it's just something that we do. I heard a conversation earlier, actually. It was right around that time, talking about where we're going after this or what's going on or whatever. So certainly there's motivation there. But as far as tomorrow, you have to remember it's a different pattern completely. It's not even remotely close to what they saw today, so you can't even base today's performance. I mean, sure, it's discouraging if you had a bad day, and very motivating if you had a good day, but tomorrow's a new day, new pattern. You have to talk about how you're going to attack that pattern, talk about your equipment, how you're going to prepare it for attacking that new pattern, and just get some rest. That's the key. Tomorrow is a quick day. You only have 3 games to put something together if you're on the outside looking in, and of course, if you're in the top 12 to hold your spot. So the most important thing there, again, is today's pattern 37 feet. Tomorrow, what we saw was 48. I heard as much as 50 if they're deciding to change it. So I don't know 100% on that, but either way, significantly different. So you definitely have some strategy to take care of and your equipment. So that's all you can do is just look at it as that. It's a brand new day.
And on the lanes, we have Weber starting their 10th frame. On the left of your screen, on the right lane, strong foundation frame. After a split to start it off, they finished with 4 consecutive strikes. And start off the 10th with a strike.
All standings are currently posted on the main page of bowl.com. There's a link underneath the live stream graphic, or right there above your video on our YouTube channel. There's a live streaming and a live standings. So you can check it out, see how your favorite teams are doing.
And a big start to the 10th frame for Weber. Their leadoff bowler strikes out for a 192.
Just looking around a little bit and thinking back to some of my own friends, curious how many marriages are a result of college bowling. I know my old coach, he's always off to a wedding somewhere. Spend enough time around the same people, it tends to happen. A lot of great romances through Team USA as well. Some of the top bowling families: Chris and Linda Barnes, Dell and Carolyn Doran Ballard. The list probably could go on and on. I don't know why I just thought of that, but anyway, let's turn our attention back to our final frame here of the men's 6-game block.
And we have another 192 for Weber International, as their second bowler just finished up his 10th frame. They're at 955, and they still have a chance at 160 more pins.
Well, their third bowler has 165 in the 8th with a strike in the 9th. I have a feeling if he shoots 192, he's not going to be too happy about that. Possible 225 here, and 2 big games coming up from the 4th and 5th bowlers as well. Kansas 167, 177. But a lot of strikes on the bottom half as well.
Came up a little high on that one, left a 3-6. And the third bowler for Weber finishes up with 204. 984 now with the 4th and 5th bowlers still left to go.
Here comes Nick with the laying machines.
There's one busy individual here today.
Cumberland 167-213. Bowler number 3 is going to be at 209 with another strike. Victory 147-199. And bowler 3 can strike here for 179.
Women's check-in continues behind lanes 51 and 52. Make sure the ball card sheets are filled out and turned in. Time of check-in.
The 4-6-7 ends the string of strikes for Weber's 4th bowler, but he still put together a very nice game of 255.
Big final game push for Weber. Already at 10:30 with 1 bowler to go. Trying to get a comfortable spot in the top 12. Mario's pattern 48 feet, 3 more games before we cut to the top 12 men and top 8 women's teams.
Weber was sitting in 6th place after 5, so Gary Faulkner delivers on his first shot. The anchor bowler for Kansas has put together a nice string of strikes to finish up game 6 here.
We are minutes away from a short break. Lane machines getting warmed up. A lot of lanes to oil though here at Western Bowl.
From the Moorhead State men's team to go to lanes 61 and 62. There's some awards that you need to pick up from a previous tournament. Thank you.
And the Kansas anchor bowler finishes up with another strike for 256. Kansas shoots 975 that game. As Weber State finishes up, Weber International, excuse me, finishes up with a 1068. Victory University finishes up their final game with an 890. As Cumberland prepares for its final bowler.
If you're packing up your stuff, gentlemen, make sure you do not leave anything behind. We've already collected some cell phones. Please make sure that you have your equipment with you. We can't guarantee it's going to be here in the morning.
Final shot of the men's 6-game block.
That looked like the high hard one, Matt.
Dynamite drop in there, Aaron.
And Cumberland finishes their final game with 9-13.
And that is going to do it for us for now. We're going to shut things down, take a short break here, and get restarted here while they oil the lanes. And we'll have 6 women's games coming right up. Aaron Smith, it's been real. Let's do this again soon.
Absolutely. Once again, we'll be kicking off the ladies with Newman, Wichita State, Missouri Baptist, and Robert Morris Peoria.